Don't chase. Always remember, cats are people, too. I'm gonna miss you, Jake.
Here we are not eating chocolate cake, which we obviously adore, because we want to stay very thin and then drop dead. That's nuts.
But we might be thin and stay alive.
But not forever, Rose. We're not going to stay alive forever. That's Dorothy's point. And when you're going to die... Okay, here I go. Hello. Oh, my God, no!
All right, so he's not a 10.
Blanche, honey, please.
Oh, my God, what in hell? Why do you look like that? I don't believe this.
Blanche, who is this?
If I didn't know better.
Captain Hook.
Now, I am going to freshen up and call my driver. Then I'm taking you for lunch and a shopping spree, Ma.
That Gloria's some special kid.
Oh, Ma, she's your baby. All mothers think their babies are special.
That's ridiculous. I think all my children...
Died. I fell to the floor, blinded, writhing in pain. Couldn't move for 20 minutes.
But what do you know? It works.
Works? They thought I was on angel dust. They wanted to arrest me. I'm lying there dying.
Time investment. A week from now, you're going to be kissing the ground I walk on.
Yeah, and you're going to be looking up at it from the other side.
Well, what happens a week from tonight? Pepe, tell them.
¿Qué?
Pepe, boom, boom.
Kill Gonzalez.
Attaboy, Tiger. Hey, Pepe, why don't you do some...
Have it hauled away and I'll split.
That does it. You don't have any choice. You're hauling that tree away, capiche?
You Italians have got some temper.
You Italians?
With disdain in his voice, he said it. Now you're gonna pay. It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times. It was Sicily, 1922.
Oh, Ma, I have a problem.
Just sit down and listen. First of all, is everyone who lives in this house here at this very moment?
Yes?
Then for the last time, picture it. Sicily, 1922.
Hello, girls. Dorothy, Rose, you all remember Laszlo?
Of course, Laszlo, the artist from your museum. Oh, we really enjoyed your lecture on modern sculpture.
I didn't think anyone was paying attention.
Oh, we sure were. Especially Dorothy. She even talked to
Bob. Stan, are we talking life and death?
The doctors say I'm lucky to be talking at all.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, Rose, honey, do you think you could take my place with Rob?
Bob.
Bob.
I wish I could.
You know, all these gentlemen were goof-offs, and you were a goof-off, but I managed to cut you off at the pass. I figure the pass is about the 10th grade, and that's where I belong.
Well, if that's what you really want to do, okay. Hey, listen, if there's anything I can ever do...
Pneumonia I caught. You remember. I ran 6 miles in the rain and the cold to bring you the cannoli you forgot to put in your lunchbox.
Ma, please.
Don't worry. I'll be all right. You all go schmooze with Bert and his Hollywood buddies. I'll just stay here and hack myself unconscious.
Well, that's being a good sport.
I'm shocked.
It was back in high school. I was dating the quarterback of the football team. All the major colleges were trying to recruit him. I was pretty sure he was leaning toward Notre Dame because he asked me how to spell it.
Can I pet your cat, lady?
Well, sure, sweetheart.
What's his name?
Mr. Peepers?
I had a cat just like it. His name was Harpo, but he died. I miss him.
Oh, well, you'll have to get yourself another kitty. Would you?
Productive if we conducted things in a more
orderly fashion.
But you see what we have to put up with. She's an airhead.
Oh, yeah, well, you're a barbell.
That's a dumbbell, you twit.
Ladies, please calm down. Now, who can give us an example that will illustrate exactly what you're trying to say about Rose?
If you mean that Ashley enjoyed the story about your imaginary childhood friend, David, who lived in the oven. I had an imaginary friend, but he'd never tell me his name. It was during spring planting.
Rose, do you mind? Gloria's only staying for a week. I'd like to talk to her before she leaves.
To a bad guy. It's okay to lie to a bad guy.
You see that? There's so many things we as the public don't understand.
All right, I'm gonna take this creep out front and read him his rights. Somebody call the station and tell him to get down here, and I need some handcuffs right away.
I don't know how to thank you all for helping me with this test.
Pay us.
Ma. It's our pleasure, Rose.
Okay, what we have to do is try these different hair removal products.
I can do that.
New electric skillet! An electric skillet. It's from Fry Quick. It not only fries, it boils, it bakes, it simmers.
It stinks.
My apologies to the Fry Quick Corporation. But Green Team, we're not finished with you yet.
We're spending a lot of time talking about jokes and how funny the series was and still is. But what really distinguished our cast and our writing, as much as the jokes and being funny.
In the end, anyhow, what's it matter?
Yeah. I mean, what does it matter? If you know that you're going to end up dying anyway, you might as well do what you want to do.
Like having ice cream on the chocolate cake.
You know, I knew someone who went to this fabulous restaurant in Paris and just had watercress for lunch.
Michael, that's wonderful.
Of course, Michael. It's wonderful. It's just, kind of sudden.
I know it seems sudden.
Yeah.
Lorraine is her name. She sings with the band. We've only been going out about 4 months, but I've never been so sure of anything in my life. Mom.
Putting the cart before the horse.
And that's bad?
Rose, I just don't want to see you get hurt.
Oh, Blanche, Doug and I were wondering what's happening with the sleeping arrangements.
Well, I'll be there in just a moment to get you two settled in. Now, if you sleepyheads can wait just a...
Stay calm, cool, and collected.
Another hot dog, Mom?
Iron! I left 3 pins. I can't believe it.
I can't believe you can swing that.
We are over. There is nothing wrong with my relationship with Eddie, and if my mother can't buy it, I am very sorry. It is her problem.
Oh, just getting in? Listen, if you 3 are just going to use this place days, would you mind if I got one of those medical emergency beepers? I'd feel terrible if you came home one morning and found me on the doorstep instead of the Miami Herald.
Hey, Cindy, why don't I buy you a drink? Or even better, let's both get naked.
Why, that is a great idea. And I would say yes in a minute, but I thought you had a girlfriend. Oh, we have an understanding on it. I don't tell her I'm fooling around and
Ma, this is serious surgery.
Surgery is the easy part. The tough part is after. Who's going to take care of you?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Well, think about it. You live alone and no one likes you.
Be nice, Ma.
You'll come here to recover.
Not that nice, Ma.
Rose, I was just thinking about you.
Really?
Yeah, my hand was throbbing.
I brought you a Vans Cap caca. It's a traditional St. Olaf friendship cake.
Rose, I don't want any gifts from you. I mean, I really don't want to have anything to do with you.
Well, aren't you afraid of being humiliated on the tennis court, Dorothy?
Me? Humiliated? I think you forget, Trudy, we have to wear tennis dresses.
You're on, you pathetic middle-aged cow.
I am looking forward to it, you miserable sack of cellulite.
Well, it's about time. You and your date must have really hit it off.
Hey, Rose, what are you doing with Clayton?
We ran into each other in the park.
Well, what happened to Lois?
Oh, she went home. We weren't really suited, Blanche.
Not suited? Clayton, sometimes I do not understand you. Time after time, I fix you up with attractive, eligible women.
Well, we could sneak into Rose's room, put on some of her hasty dresses, then do imitations of her...
No, not the three of us. I mean Janet and Sarah and I.
Oh, the three of you? I don't care.
You're no help at all, Sophia. Dorothy, do you have any ideas?
Well, you know, my idea of a good time.
Oh, God.
Transparent.
You're the one who always complains that her birthday parties are dull and boring. When I saw Mr. Ha-Ha's advertised on television, it looked like fun.
Yeah, for a 5-year-old, Rose. Or someone who thinks like one.
I ruined your birthday.
Oh, no, you haven't. You haven't ruined
So you got a terrific smile.
Yes.
You're smart and thoughtful, so you've got beautiful eyes.
Yes.
And you're a music lover, so you've probably got a big behind.
No.
It was heartbreaking because, you know, when you sweat out a pilot and you're so thrilled, and I think he was more as excited as all the rest of us. And then to discover that the part had been cut had to be, I had such guilt feelings about it, but so much of our interaction took place at the...
Did the two of you have a good time?
Oh, wonderful. I like being with Ma. I want to spend more time with her. And I'd like us to get closer, too.
Well, I wish there was more time. I mean, I see you just packed for the weekend.
Dorothy, you don't resent me, do you?
Oh, don't be silly. Why would I...
And I say, what do you think you're doing? She says, she thought Cuneo, the bookmaker, was in the Santa suit. And I say, that's a lie. Well, we have a big fight about it. She denies the whole thing, and we never speak again.
Oh, Aunt Angela, come on. That was 30 years ago. Don't you think you should talk to...
In Oxford. Ah, then he'd laugh, and I'd laugh. Sometimes even the horse would laugh.
With them or at them?
Ma.
You know what you should do? Call what's-his-name.
Mom, you keep your will in the cookie jar?
Yes. Every time I used to walk in the kitchen, your father was in the cookie jar. This way he still is. I think I better warn you. I know how much you like my sapphire necklace, but I thought you'd get more use out of the pearl earrings. I feel like a complete fool.
Oh, sweetheart, no. Listen, let me tell you something. Back when I was in the Army, inside my locker, I kept a picture of Betty Grable. And she was wearing a lot less than you were wearing in my birthday photo. Sweetheart, she was the darling.
Happy?
I don't know. Is it because we know that Lillian's just plain lucky that a lot of old people do slip through the cracks and are forgotten? And maybe it may not be too long until we're elderly ourselves.
I know, girls. Let's...
Dorothy. Dorothy.
Well, that's that. Let's eat. I'm starved.
Dorothy, you know this is my funeral dress. I don't believe in wearing black, unless I'm a little bloated.
Did you happen to notice if my mother's all right?
Oh, she's fine right now. You know, last night she talked to me about the pain of losing a child. Oh, hi. Can I make you all some lunch?
Sure. What are you fixing?
Fruit salad.
That sounds good. I'll go get Sophia.
Oh, no, don't bother. She said she has no appetite since she was stabbed in the back.
Oh, my God. Who stabbed Sophia?
The chef at Benihana. Angela. And in her house, how normal can she be?
I kept a chicken in my home.
You see my point?
I will not have that filthy beast in my house. It belongs in a barnyard.
This is not a farm chicken. Count Bessie is a showbiz chicken. Wait till you see this.
A showbiz chicken.
For a minute, I thought I was back in Sicily.
Sophia, I'm sure Blanche wouldn't mind if you used her bathroom.
I hate that bathroom. There's plants everywhere and flowers on the toilet seat cover. I feel like I'm going in the woods.
Gee, I hope that's our new toilet.
Now, that's a sentence you don't hear every...
Well, then, burial, I guess. But will you promise to put a blanket in with me?
Why?
Oh, I just feel more comfortable. And cozier. And I'd want my pictures of Charlie and the animals. You know, the ones in the little silver frames. And my pictures of the children. And, of course, if I think...
Like this, Rose. Ma, I think it's time that you explained all this nonsense about getting married.
It's not nonsense.
And we're gonna do it right away.
Look, Dorothy, I know that you'll probably find it hard to understand.
Pound of you. Just exactly how many pounds is it I'm currently loving?
Mama.
Never mind.
Hi, Sophia. How was your meeting?
Terrible. There's $1 I'll never see.
What a terrible night that was. I remember we were trying to make a train connection to get back to Miami.
Come on, girls. We only have 10 minutes to catch our next train.
I don't think I can take another 3 hours on a train.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. But then again, I've always be. I mean, the show is tomorrow night. He wouldn't leave before that. He knows how much I'm depending on him. Oh, there must be some other explanation. Maybe I'm just a foolish old woman who's lived a silly fantasy her whole life.
Oh.
Honey.
I am crazy about Kate, and I promise you she will never want for anything.
Oh.
I told you he was special. Do you think Dad will like him?
Of course. As long as he stays young and firm. Oh, Dennis, it's going...
He could spend all his days happy, whittling away, because his family was there for him. I will never forget that look on his face. He was happier than a Kentucky yearling, a frolicking in bluegrass as high as a hoot owl's perch on the top of a spring blossom.
In English, Jethro, in English.
He was happy.
Lunch.
Oh, hi. How was school today?
Yeah, pretty good. Almost half the class came back after the fire drill.
Price tag pinned to right sleeve.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm taking the tags off this dress and saving them so I can put them back on again tomorrow. That way, when I take it back, they won't know I've worn it.
I've been marking the days off on my big ships of the Navy calendar.
I don't think I can stand it much longer. My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode. Dorothy, you have to help me. You have to do something. 1,000 words.
No.
All right, I'll get you a picture. Now move. Hey, that sign says no soliciting. Come back here and I'll blow your head off. Capiche?
I'll get it.
Pussycat, I have another hypothetical.
I know. I bet you do undercover work.
And I'll bet he does it damn well.
You'll have to excuse my mother.
You're remarkable, Isaac. All this and citrus farming, too.
Hello there.
Oh, Dorothy, Blanche, isn't it a wonderful party?
Glorious.
You two having a good time? My only regret is that I didn't decide to call Isaac sooner.
Oh, that would have been hard. Mom didn't allow me to have my own phone till last year.
Boy, it's great being rich.
I cannot believe we spent so much money that we don't have yet.
Relax. When I looked in on Baby this morning, he was a half hour away from sizzling.
Oh, well, Rose Nyland, shame on you. Caught with a gentleman.
Oh, hi, Hi, Blanche. How was your appointment with Dr. Rosenzweig?
Well, I was so nervous that I just rushed right in there and pulled off my top and said, well, what do you think?
What'd he say?
He said, I also don't know how much more I can take of Sophia treating me this way.
Hi, everybody. I'm back.
Hi, Mud. Did you have a nice walk?
Yeah.
Well, where'd you get the skateboard?
Oh, yeah. I guess there's some kid at the park with an umbrella.
There's someone at the door, Rose. Rose, aren't you going to answer the door?
Hi, cutie. Hello.
Buzz, this is Miles. Miles?
No, I know what you meant, Dorothy. You mean the reason we can't sleep is because we're feeling guilty about profiting from Jasper DeKimmel's impending death.
I feel creepy every time I think of... I'm probably the most patient person you know. Go ahead, try to think of somebody else. I'll wait.
You tell me honestly, you don't think there's something lacking in this relationship?
No. I think you're a kind, generous, caring man. As far as this physical...
Oh, I feel guiltier than ever. Ma, I didn't tell a friend the truth.
Rose doesn't need to find out. We can move on with our lives as if nothing happened. Let it go, pussycat.
Dorothy, she's right. I'm going to marry Rose. You'll be the maid of honor.
No, that's right, that's right. The maid of honor. The guilty, sin-ridden, backstabbing maid of honor.
Boy, was I embarrassed when I showed up for handball with Walter Cronkite. By the way, if you ever run into Walt, don't tell him he looks like Captain Kangaroo.
Miami's most glamorous anchor man is coming here? Oh, I'm gonna go freshen up. If his Well, didn't the phone scare you?
Well, of course it did. One of those times I really miss having a man around. They're so good at answering the phone in the middle of the night.
That's not all they're good at.
And when they're really good, you don't even hear the phone.
Ma is on a roll, and the blue team is leading 300-0.
Oh, shut up, Nyland.
You shut up.
Why don't you both shut up and answer this next question? For 100 points, complete this famous saying, better late than...
Blank. You're making this up, XQ. I can't believe that you were ever a spy.
I can't believe I told you. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to kill you.
Someone was actually able to deceive me once.
Dumped me as her partner, and then the two of you sign up together.
I did it. Dorothy's a better bowler than you are, and I want to win this year.
Rose, how could you do a thing like this?
I admit it. I have a problem. I'm too competitive when it comes to athletics.
As blue as the Mediterranean in summer.
No, I've been warned if I cross them, they'll stay that way.
Or that your lips are as luscious as red raspberries in fall.
I love raspberries.
Or that your fragrance, oh my God, your fragrance.
For all of us to be here.
You're right. Bye, Dorothy.
Don't go. I want you all to hear this. I lied about the money. I didn't squander it on bad investments. I couldn't have. He didn't leave me any to begin with.
Mother, what are you telling me?
Charlie. What is the farmer's daughter? You are right. Thought it was a different kind of movie. Which brings us to Babes for 100.
Babes it is. The answer, Old Yeller, The China Syndrome, Truth or Dare. Charlie.
What are...
Charlie bought us those in 42. I didn't realize I still had those.
Well, now, wait a minute. Are you telling me that St. Olaf printed its own war bonds?
Yes. Oh, we were very patriotic. In late 42, we wanted to fund the development of a top-secret weapon that we were sure would end the war. Attack cows.
His house.
Oh. Is anybody else hungry?
Well, now that you mention it, I could really go for a pizza.
I've been thinking about Chinese.
I could go for a burger and fries.
Why don't we order it all?
Oh, Sophia, that'd be crazy.
So this would be the first time we did something a little out of the ordinary around here?
It's not for me. It's to lure that mud out of my room.
That's okay. I'll get him off. Boy, Aunt Dorothy's certainly a grouch.
Oh, you couldn't sleep either, huh?
No, I guess it must be the knife in my back. One's pinching your bottom. You're a lucky girl, Dorothy. I hate you.
Oh, this is just crazy talk. I think we've only been seeing each other for 3 months. I've never even thought of what it would be like if I were Mrs. Kenneth Whittingham.
Maybe they won't come back at all. It happens.
Oh, Ma, don't be ridiculous. Now, come on. I think you're just overly tired. Why don't you go to bed?
Good idea. If that's Sports Illustrated, tell them to call back tomorrow.
Hello? Oh, yes.
Rose, what in hell are you doing? It is 2 a.m.
Well, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up and make a batch of Sparehöven Krispies. It's an ancient Scandinavian midnight snack.
I guess I...
You ever tried passing a sponge?
What happened, Sophia?
I got stuck with the meanest patient in the history of medicine. I mean, just because a person has 2 weeks to live doesn't mean he has to be cranky.
Oh, come on, Ma, the man is dying. I mean, have some... How's he doing?
He married Mr. Adkins, the gym teacher.
Do I know you?
Oh, you probably don't remember. Randy Becker, American Lit?
Of course, oh my God, what are you doing here?
That's my booth over there, Borealis.
Ah, Randy, Miss...
Long after I outgrew my need for him, he was there with flowers and candy, perfume. I mean, I couldn't move without him following me like a puppy dog.
How'd you finally get rid of him?
Monday came and we both had to go back to work.
Thank you, Blanche. Thank you too, Rose.
What did I say?
I can. It was hell. And the entertainment? Some guy from Palermo forgot his accordion. So we sat around singing O Sole Mio while squeezing a monkey.
Sophia.
Sophia, what? It was the worst time of my life. If it weren't for Pin the Tail on the French, we would have gone stir crazy.
I was talking to the baby, Blanche. Any other symptoms, rash?
No, he was fine 1 minute and running a fever the next.
Is it the usual? Yeah, Frank tends to get ear infections from time to time.
Is he going to be all right?
Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. We'll just keep a close watch on him. Give him 4 drops.
Let's just get some sleep.
Good night, Ma. Good night, Mo. Good night, Lowry.
I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, I usually sleep on the right side, and I want to be on the right side. What the hell is everyone so particular?
Take a blood test for her marriage. We find out it is not possible she is related to us. The hospital, there must have been some mix-up.
You mean they switched the babies?
Oh, but this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We can prove it. Dorothy, show him your driver's license.
So, Blanche, where would you like to have lunch today?
How about that new pizza place on the corner?
Great.
Dorothy,
Yes, Blanche.
what was that thing Mr. Allen just gave you?
What thing?
That thing you just put in your drawer?
Oh, that thing. It's nothing.
Trust. Not to mention the 38 years that I spent as your wife, your partner, the mother of your children. The woman who held down 2 jobs while you were at home staring at a matchbook trying to draw Winky.
I told you she wouldn't go for it.
Ridiculous. We are not poor. We thought we had $10,000, and now we don't. But we're no better or worse off than we were 24 hours ago.
If that was a pep talk, it stunk.
Look at this. There's a celebrity auction to benefit the homeless, and they're selling a leather jacket worn by a major rock star at
The pearl.
Neither. I'm going to spray paint it on my hump.
You see, Blanche, you don't know any more than I do. I've decided I'm going to run for fashion show chairman.
Well, you're just wasting your time. Who on that fashion committee is going to vote for you? I'm going to win.
Well, I don't see how that's possible. Everybody... Some Oreos? Oh, yeah, and a ho-ho chopped up in a bowl of fruit cocktail with heavy syrup.
Couldn't sleep? I'm surprised you didn't try to kill the mayor of San Francisco.
Good morning, girls. Boy, do I feel... I just feel like such a fool. I would give up everything that I ever thought meant anything to me if I could have one moment with you. I don't know if love can help.
Understand, Blanche. I understand that you're this way because you've probably never been with a real man.
Dorothy, do I wet myself or laugh?
All you need is to be loved by someone who knows how. Someone who will take his time and then show you.
Oh. Then I had to be maid of honor at your wedding. I had to stand there and watch you marry Tom. And I had to wear that green dress, which you knew was my most awful color. I looked just like a swamp frog. Everyone I ever loved you took.
Would it help you to know that Tom fooled?
It's a scary story, Rose.
Well, why don't they call me? I want to get this over and go home.
Rose, come here, honey. Come here, we need to talk.
What, Blanche?
Well, this is the kind of thing I tend to keep to myself, but I want you to know. I got tested, too, so I know what you're going through.
Off.
They might also have tentacles on their legs so that they can suck all the blood out of our heads. Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. I'm sorry. Now, part of me is very excited, but part of me is petrified. I cannot relax with this. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to because Major Barker...
It's like it's on fire.
Boy, you really caught a nasty bug.
Please, I'm 84 years old. I feel like this every day.
Never fear, Dr. Rose is here. I made you both an old-fashioned St. Olaf tonic, guaranteed to get you back on your feet and put hair on your chest. That's the one nasty side.
Got a phone call. Oh, from a Glenn somebody.
Glenn O'Brien?
Uh-huh.
Did he leave a number?
Who's Glenn O'Brien?
He's the married guy she shacked up with 4 years ago.
And look, I'm not proud of what I did, but didn't seem so bad at the time. He was trapped in a bad marriage.
There's no such thing as being trapped in a marriage.
To a man.
Hey, it's not like the guys in my family never kissed a man. Of course, that was business. Although there was that one hitman who always had to have a flower in his lapel and would hold the kiss of death a little longer than he had to.
Oh, look, I can accept the fact...
The sub.
I love that name. I earned that name.
Boy, you really got on my case. I appreciate what you did, Mrs. Zabornik.
Oh, please. Tilla.
You know, I just hit...
Blanche, I want to be here when the dynamite goes off. I want to ride the rocket with you.
Sophia, I just wonder if maybe Dorothy's right. Could this whole granny thing be something I just talked myself into believing, some kind of childhood nonsense?
Dorothy doesn't understand about these things. You know, her father sent her...
Later, when the baby came, then I figured out that we had. You know, that was my only proof.
I waited till my wedding night.
No.
Yes.
And?
And it was a surprise.
He's always so guilty, he ends up giving the really expensive gifts to the wife.
Look, I didn't choose for things to happen this way. I tried to do the right thing, but the right thing was not right for me. I'm in love. And if there are sacrifices that have to be made, I can accept them. I'm happy. And that's what matters.
First. Road at hell, I had a stamp made. Oh, I guess I've just been a fool.
Blanche, we're an awful lot alike. Too much alike. It's probably why we never got along. That also might be the reason
He's gonna pop the question.
Oh, I don't know that.
Of course you do. What else could it be? Oh, honey, congratulations.
You're more excited than I am.
Well, why not, Dorothy? Just think of it. Life with a successful attorney. The summer homes, the glamorous social circles, those impulsive little trips to Europe with rascally romance.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am?
How would you like to go home for a little while and spend Christmas Eve with your family?
Oh, I'd love to. But listen.
No, if you trust us, we'd be happy to watch the place while you're gone.
Ooh. Can you cook?
Are you black? And this guy is nobody. Beat it, Al.
TV guide and you toss it on top of your 10 items, I'm supposed to look the other way. I think not, Dorothy. Dorothy, my car is gone.
What?
My car, it's been stolen.
Oh, come on, Rose, slow down. You probably just forgot. Gold fine, right, Ma?
That was a hollow victory. Time has taken its toll on Gladys. She's not the fierce competitor she once was.
No. You know, for the talent section, she was supposed to do a medley from the Fantastics. She started with Try to Remember, and she couldn't.
Miles, it's me. Miles, this isn't easy. I've come to a decision. I can't keep the ring.
What? She let me buy the tickets!
It was that easy just because you said how much you wanted to see Frank Sinatra?
Yeah, that, and that I only had 3 weeks to live.
Dorothy!
These are desperate times, Rose.
Boy, I'll say, today when I went to the dean's
I got
office...
tickets.
Like.
Oh, really? Well, back in St. Olaf, nobody could tell us apart.
You can imagine all the fun we have playing tricks on our teachers in school.
Which of you brothers has custody of the brain? So, what?
Would ever treat me that way. And you know why, Ma?
The whole city knows why. They heard it on the radio.
Rose, how was your date with Miles?
We had a great time. Well, he seemed much more exciting tonight. Miles is living every moment like it's his last.
Who's your daddy? I can't go back. I can't. I just can't. What if I run into them? I'll die of embarrassment.
No, you won't. I'm a doctor, and I've never seen anyone die of embarrassment.
I'll tell you what. If it'll make it any easier, tomorrow I'll go back with you and help get you settled.
Will you?
Absolutely.
Excuse me. Did a white man and a wrinkled old black woman just come in here?
She meant a regal black woman and a scuzzy little white boy.
Mom. Dorothy in her wedding gown. Look how scared the groom looks.
Come on, Blanche, you're on in 1 minute. You sit over there, and Dorothy, you get touched up. And Sophia, come on, I'll see if I can find you a seat in the audience. Hurry up, honey. Cute little teddy bears disappear.
That's not amazing. Whenever my kids' diapers got dirty, my husband would disappear.
I used to love to change diapers.
Oh, face it, Rose, you marched to a different drummer.
I didn't exactly hate changing diapers, but I was never any good at it, especially with the boys. Seemed like they all...
That's the first time I ever heard anybody say I'm so mad I could scream and actually do it. It's like saying I laughed all the way to the bank. I never saw anybody do that either.
I did all this work, Rose. I worked so hard. All over the place.
On the farm, a lot of the animals got artificially inseminated. Once, Harry the bull went through a whole spring unaroused. And the cows and my father were out of their minds with grief. I mean... I like to pretend one of them's you and one of them's Dorothy. Hi, Dorothy. How you feel? Oh, woe is me. I can't get a date. Nobody asked me out. Woe is me. Woe.
Well, I had a good time. He's very nice. But you know, the best part of it is I think I'm over my menopausal depression.
Honey, you just needed the confidence to know that you're still attractive. And Dr. Parks helped do that.
Oh, no, well, maybe a little, but I know that beauty like mine cannot fade overnight, so he didn't really have that much to do with it. Out walking. You know what today was, Rose? It was my birthday.
Blanche.
Now, don't start your yammering. It was one of the best birthdays I have ever had. I did some soul searching, and it occurred to me that I'm a vibrant, energetic woman. I mean, I must still have some life left in me if I can make Mel Bushman's head snap back like that.
You mean old Pez head?
About that.
Hi, Blanche. How are you?
Oh, never mind me. How about you?
Coming along. The doctor told me to keep my life nice and dull. No more excitement for a while. Oh, by the way.
Dorothy, learn from this. This is what friendships are built on. Loyalty, mutual respect, trust. Give me my ticket. Gladys, you yuts. These aren't for Tony Bennett, they're for Tony Martin.
Of course they're for Tony Martin. You think I'd camp overnight for
I'm gonna get changed too. Bridget's gonna take me to the House of Fabrics. They're having a big felt sale. I hope I just don't get too crazy.
Yeah, you better take a tranquilizer before you go. Remember last time you hyperventilated and almost passed out?
I never passed out at the House of Fabrics.
Much in love. Now, what were you saying?
Uncle Angelo, I wanted to say... Well, don't just stand there, Papa Bear. Come give Mama Bear a big bear hug. Can I get you another slice?
I already lost 1 pound.
In your dreams.
I'm talking about Rose. She has to find a job. She's been out of work for over a week.
I am really sorry about this, girls. It won't happen again. Now, come on, we can all go back.
No. Wait, Rose, sit down. Move over. Move over. Now, listen.
Oh, Dorothy, I got a ball. I got a ball. We won. We won. I won. You lost. And I won.
You lost the bet, Dorothy. That means I'm going.
You go, honey, and with my blessing.
She wanted you. He did not sound that sick on the phone. Besides, I told him I would be here to see him soon. And don't you get so righteous with me. There were plenty of times when you weren't there for him. What are you talking about? Always trying to make me out to be the inconsiderate one. I remember when you were 16 and didn't come home for Father's Day. The right man could be just around the corner.
Well, and he may not be. I may turn around a dozen corners and not find anyone.
So, instead of trying, you're just gonna give up and do this crazy baby thing.
Crazy baby thing? What I am doing, Mother, is taking control of my life and having...
Lowe's building.
She said she didn't care about it, that she'd never cared about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a blood test for her marriage. We find out it is not possible she is related to us. The hospital, there must have been some mix-up.
You mean they switched the babies?
Oh, but this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We can prove it. Dorothy, show him your driver's license.
And me. Always mouthing off about how her hair was curlier than mine, her complexion was prettier than mine. I finally said there was good reason for it. She was left by gypsies. Had her completely convinced.
Well, what did she say when you told her the truth?
Oh, I never did.
Unfortunately, when he got to Duluth, he took a left instead of a right, and he wound up back in St. Olaf. That's how he got his nickname, Wrong Way Geflückenflanken.
Rose, how is this a story about faith?
Well, when he got back, it was the dead of winter. Tired and...
It's not for me to say. But I'll tell you a story. Picture it. Miami, 1987, a house. The only one in the neighborhood without a pool. But I digress. 4 women friends. They laugh, they cry, they eat.
Not Lebanese, Blanche. Lesbian.
Lesbian. Lesbian. Lesbian.
But the way I see it is that you gave Stan to Gloria. But Stan is not a stick. He's not a Betsy Wetsy. He's not a rubber ball. He's a man.
You are so wise.
I listen to a lot of talk radio. I think you love...
Sophia, have you all had a chance to catch up on old times?
Yeah, Angela filled me in on how all my friends and family back home are doing.
How is everybody, Angela?
Dead. Angela and I are the only 2 left of the original family.
You better be careful what you say. I happen to be an ex-wife.
Not like his, I'm sure. No one's like her. She's Superwoman. She was the perfect wife. Cooked, cleaned, had 2 kids, got an education, has never looked better, and now she has a career.
Oh, that wasn't a marriage.
Time. No, you can't put it in brownies. I said no reefers, okay? Goodbye.
You know, Sophia, the problems you're having at work remind me of something that happened back in St. Olaf.
Please, dust reminds you of something back in...
How do you do?
Nice to meet you, Liz.
Yes.
Have to run, sorry.
Oh,
nice meeting
All right,
you.
I'll catch up with you 2 later.
What?
When? Oh, we have so many running jokes. Well, but what brings you 2 here?
Oh, no thanks. We were in the neighborhood and we thought we'd, just run Maple.
Oh, good idea, Dorothy. Do you think it's open?
That's what all night usually means.
Oh,
Creamed what was left on his pants?
Oh, damn! Those Donaldson boys must have moved that sign from the Mackenzie's front lawn and stuck it on ours.
then this is all a mistake.
Yeah, but this sure isn't. Oh.
Blanche? What's your...
Blanche, how much longer do I have to have this hot towel on my face?
Now just be patient, Rose. When I tell you to remove this towel, you are gonna see what a dramatic difference.
I'm touched. Do I have your $1,200?
You have my blessing and you have my money.
For another 1,000, I could go first class.
Arrivederci.
So we'll
Don't. Look, Mr. Hastings, when I made those recommendations, I never intended for you to fire Mr. Terrific. I mean, I was merely
Dorothy, the guy is
suggesting that...
history. His day is over. People don't want that kind of show anymore.
But the public loves
Yeah,
him.
that's his story. The numbers say different.
I found him.
Great. You got 2 minutes till airtime.
I'm not going on.
But the first night the sirens went off, I got scared. And there was this nurse that I talked to.
Oh, how could you, Ben? Bill.
I swear it didn't mean a thing.
Was she beautiful?
Not...
It's been a real pleasure. Good night. Lucy, you're grounded for the rest of your stay here.
Hey, Blanche, wait. You're embarrassing me. Now, why don't you go get a good night's sleep and we'll talk about it when I get home tomorrow.
I don't think you heard what I said. You are not going anywhere.
Hey, Blanche, I'm 20 years old. I'm going wherever I please.
To get the Danish. Look, there's nothing I hate more than someone who thinks that every person who lives alone wants company and a few kind words. I live by myself because I like it. I've got no use for people, never have. See you inside.
Ma, where are you going?
To throw some holy water on her.
Turn to page 5, and yes, Rose?
Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Blanche, I have looked all over the house. I cannot find your earrings. But I found the Julio Iglesias tickets. Boy, we had great seats. Blanche, I feel just awful about this.
Oh, just forget about it, Rose. I never intended to.
Grandma says we have to rehearse tomorrow. In fact, we can't do anything fun because of the stupid pageant. I wish I could just go home.
Here we go. But before we sing our little hearts out, how about a hug for the best grandma in the world?
Oh, they broke up. But the Sonia von Kugel Tuba Band is free.
Hi, I'm Jake Smallitz from VIP Catering.
Hello, I'm Rose Nyland from St. Olaf, Minnesota. These are my friends. This is Dorothy, and this is
Blanche. Blanche Devereaux.
Come on, honey, now just think about it. Who would you rather live with, your sister or a goat?
Give me a minute.
Cousin Rose?
Cousin Sven. Oh, let me look at you. Boy, have you grown. Ellen, it is for you, Devereaux.
5 seconds. Once again, here's Guy Corbin.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. It's time to spin the big money wheel on Grab That Dough. Spinners, mosey on down.
Blanche, could you come out here?
What's wrong, honey?
That was Sam Burns. He found these in his love seat.
My earrings, thank goodness.
Aren't we forgetting something?
What?
An apology?
Oh, honey, you don't have to apologize.
No.
Oh, come on. I can't sleep. My bed's never been so cold, especially on a Saturday night.
Oh, all right, get in.
Listen, did you hear that sound?
Yeah, and as long as I'm in my own bed, I'll do what I want.
Didn't know.
I have this recurring fantasy. Take me, Alex, take me now, I tell him. And he says to me, Blanche, in the form of a question.
Wow, what a tough day. I really need some
Practical jokes. If I look through that, I'll get charcoal all around my eye.
All right, Dorothy. Fine. Why don't we just call a truce with a nice piece of peanut brittle?
Come on, Ma. The peanut brittle is an even older gag than the kaleidoscope. I'll open the can, snakes will come out. Honey, face.
Wonderful idea. Men go to night school. Smart men. And nothing turns me on more than a smart man. Unless maybe it's a stupid man with good hands. Rose, count me in.
Dinner's ready.
What are we having?
Spaghetti.
Oh, Italian food?
No, Rose, actually, it's Chinese food. So, what's new?
Not much. You?
Not much.
My condolences on your husband's passing.
Thank you. I've been in mourning 22 years.
My wife's been dead.
We never had a barbecue in St. Olaf after the tragedy.
I guess we have to ask.
No, we don't.
She'll...
Since 1967.
Let's go.
Sophia, Esther would have appreciated you being here.
I love that woman. She was the best, which is why she deserved a better husband instead of a miserable, no-good, low-life sleazeball.
Sophia.
You know how relieved I was to find out the roof was leaking.
Oh, hi, Rose. Hey, the ceiling in your room leaking too?
No, Dorothy, I just finished milking the cow I keep in my closet. Gee, with only 3 hours sleep, I can be as bitchy as you.
You were absolutely right. I've been wasting my life.
Oh, Al, I'm so glad you feel that way.
There is one dream I used to have, sailing around the world. And like you said, what better time to follow my dream than during my retirement? And so I decided I'm going to do it.
You booked yourself on a cruise.
Better. I bought my own boat and I hired a crew.
Cannoli? What does an Irishman know about cannoli?
And when I was a kid in Brooklyn, every Sunday my father used to go to Zampano's Bakery for cannoli.
I never dreamed you grew up in Brooklyn.
Oh, sure. Our whole block was Irish. The other block was Italian. We used to take turns beating each other up on the way home from school.
I'm white that I realize my top accomplishments aren't worth a damn.
Oh, come on. Now, Rose, you're forgetting how much you give to people. How about all that work down at the counseling center?
That's right. Well, honey, you must have hundreds of people every year.
All I do is talk to them. Big deal.
Well, it is a big deal. Do you know how much a kind and loving...
This stuff sounds a little better when you've got lapels and a vest. Anyway, my clients are charged with trespass. But the only real crime they committed was their overzealous championing of the defenseless dolphin.
I'm pregnant. It's funny, huh?
What's that, honey?
Well, it's just that I have another human being inside of me, and I've never felt more alone.
Mary, that's why you have to talk to your father.
No way.
Listen, this is the most difficult thing for a father to accept.
What, that I'm a grown woman?
But you stay, and both of them involved yanking a chain.
Has anybody seen Blanche? She had a date last night, and this morning her bed's all made, and she's not even there.
Wait a minute, here's our walking playground now. Boy, it must be true love. This guy is slowing down to 5 miles. Think I'm gonna find someone down in the center to do that with?
When's your friend Jean coming?
Oh, she called. She's on her way from the airport.
Oh, I hope she has a good time while she's here. I remember how tough it was for me the first year after Charlie died.
Well, she says she's getting better every day.
How long were Jean and Pat married?
No, they were together about 8 years.
Blanche.
I think it would be best if she stayed at home. Unless you know something that I don't.
You're disgusting.
Oh, Barry, hi, what are you doing here?
I was just bringing back your earrings.
Oh,
Well, I've got to run.
thank you.
See you Saturday.
Promise? Why don't you ask me to sign it in blood? What happened to trust? You don't want me to drive a car? Fine. But don't ask me to promise. Don't humiliate me. Leave me with what little dignity I have left.
Mom, I'm sorry, honey. Of course I trust you.
Did all that stuff come out of your purse?
No, I was also cleaning out my ears. That's where the phenomen, the rain bonnet came from.
Sophia, why are you in such a bad mood?
Forgive me, Rose, but I haven't had sex in 15 years and it's starting to get on my nerves.
But I think it had to come over by mail.
I bet this is more fun than giving blood.
I've waited long enough. That doctor has wasted enough of my time. Come on.
Problem.
So I decided to kill myself to teach that town a lesson. I phonied up my death in a riverboat accident. I had the captain, who I was secretly seeing after school, help me with all the details. Everything went perfectly. Oh, the town had never seen a funeral like mine. Hundreds of people.
If she never came back.
This house is so empty without her. I'm lonely.
That's why I never got married. I didn't want to be lonely. I didn't want somebody else driving my car. You're out of Perrier, George.
This is probably what Renee was...
That is incredible. How did you know?
I heard him singing in the shower. He's the only man I ever knew who knows all the words to Send in the Clowns.
Rose, I owe you an apology.
You sure do.
Leonard.
Hi, Chuck. George, I'm a multiple personality. How do you know which one of the three of me I am?
Well, because Mr. Fix-It and Boris use a key.
Well, the three of us all live in the same body. I don't know why they don't let me use the key.
I was going to let Kirsten leave tomorrow and never tell her the truth. I was willing to risk having her hate me to protect Charlie.
Find out where this goes. You know, ever since we've known you, you have never once worked on having a meaningful relationship.
I have had many meaningful relationships. Many, many, many meaningful relationships.
Sharing a worm from a tequila bottle is not meaningful.
Aren't they the greatest?
Yes. Looks like I've been a good influence on them.
Excuse me, ladies. I need to inspect your bag.
I thought you... She's leaving. I just don't know what to do.
Let me get the cheesecake and we'll talk. Oh, my God.
Blanche, what's wrong?
Here we are in the middle of a crisis, and there's no cheesecake.
Didn't we buy one yesterday?
Yes, but I found 2 gray hairs.
Blanche, you're over 50. What, you two are seeing each other?
You know, for years, my father's been telling me to see a psychiatrist. I couldn't understand why. And then a couple of weeks ago, it dawned on me. He probably meant socially. Oh, it's wonderful. They really listen.
She really talks.
Ma, if anything goes wrong, we stop.
Relax. There are some things you never forget. Driving a car is like making love. In both cases, a mirror makes objects appear larger than they really are.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm just so angry. Floyd McCallum just...
She's outside. She's bartering with the cabbie, you know. Imagine a man who would take cash over a rooster.
Well, tell us now, what brings you all to Florida?
Well, we are here to take our daughter back to Sicily for her wedding.
Yeah, but Gina came with you.
Gina is not our...
Oh,
Please, I had to turn you from the window so you wouldn't inhale the drapes.
In her deposition, Mrs. Hartgrove said that you're in possession of an illegal hot plate. Now, while the two of you were cooking, the curtains caught on fire. That you panicked and fled, and the fire continued unchecked.
Now, wait just a minute. This is crazy. Do you have any proof? Did anybody find that alleged hot plate? Roger, Edgar, Bert, Leonard. Well, what are they all doing here?
I invited everybody in your address book.
The little red one by my nightstand?
No, the little black one next to your hot body oil dispenser.
Wait a decision.
we're very sorry, sir. Nurse, do you know what happened to Mrs. Devereaux?
Oh, Mrs. Devereaux canceled her surgery. She checked herself out this morning.
Like Charlie's Angels.
I have been told I bear a striking resemblance to Miss Cheryl Ladd. Although my bosoms are perkier.
Not even if you were hanging upside down on a...
Would have gotten away with it, too. But while she was giving herself hickeys with a vacuum cleaner, she stepped into a puddle.
To most mothers, that would be a cry for affection. To you, it's just ammo. Let's just change the subject, okay?
Well, if we're done with our journey through the land of make-believe...
At least 6 times.
The last episode was the highest rated ever. Ever.
That must be a good feeling.
Well, it's kind of an acknowledgement.
I hate to interrupt you, but I have some bad news. It's all over. That's right, you're busted.
Now, you have been carrying on for a week. It was only a toy animal.
Fernando was more than that. He was full of life. He was full of love.
He was full of stuffing, Rose. Now, look, you've got to get a grip on yourself.
I'm sorry. I know I'm behaving like a fool.
So they sent me a letter. The money was gone. I asked for some help. They gave me some phone numbers.
The streets were cold in Minnesota. It took me nearly 3 months.
Sweet Jesus, am I in trouble? Now I lay me down to sleep.
Listen,
Game without our star player.
Rose, listen, I am getting sick and tired of being made out to be a villain simply because I play by the rules.
relax. It'll all be over tomorrow.
If I make it that far, I think I caught something practicing out in the rain.
So did I. Gee, I hope none of the boys caught it.
Don't worry about it. Those... I told you, no.
I didn't know these were mashed potatoes. They don't have lumps like yours.
You want lumps, Salvador? I'll give you lumps.
Ma, I cannot believe you are so old-fashioned in your thinking.
I said no and it's no, and I'm too busy to have this argument.
Fine.
Every place is too small, not enough light, no room for a goat. She'll be here forever. It's just like I told you. Whatever I have, she wants.
Oh, hi, Aunt Angela. How was the apartment?
Oh, she liked it very much. Well, what's not to like? Some lovely people live there. It's close to the beach, and it's within my price range.
Honest? Well, she wouldn't have gone for it if I told her the truth. And oh, like you never told a lie?
That's right, I've never told a lie. Well, just once when I snuck out of class to go to the movies.
It's not much of a lie.
That's what I thought. Turned out to be the day they taught everything. No, but what a great idea!
It's terrific. Now you have something to do on Wednesdays.
Okie dokie. Do you know that promotion I was up for at the counseling center? Well, I found out I can't have it unless I become bilingual.
Oh, no, honey, don't do that.
Grammar and Mario's story for his English class. This is really terrific.
It's not terrific. It's just okay.
It is much better than okay. Blanche, I want you to listen.
Don't read it. You're gonna embarrass me.
All right, I'll just read it from there to there, okay?
If you only read it from there to there, you'll miss the spirit of the whole piece. Take it from...
From the ball and her three wicked roommates are jealous.
We are not jealous, Ma. We are angry. You left us sitting in jail.
Hey, I sent over the bail money. You were out an hour later. I think that was just about the time I was nibbling a giant shrimp out of Jerry Reed's hand.
By yourself.
Rose, all my life I've done everything I wanted to do. Nothing's ever stood in my way before. For the past 6 months, that's how I've been trying to deal with everything. I thought that I could overcome this thing by myself. I guess that deep down inside, I thought I could make it go away.
That's why the French were the first ones to come up with it.
Sophia, why are you so obsessed with money?
Because I want to buy a TV for my bedroom.
Ma, we have a perfectly good TV set in the living room.
Yeah, but you never let me watch what I like. And I want to make sure I don't miss that final episode of MASH. Because they're kids. Eventually, when they become mothers, they know better. Right, Dorothy?
Right, Ma. Gee, I remember when I was a teenager, you used to make me bring my dates into the house to meet you and Pop. Oh, I always hated that.
Boy, what an inconvenience. Between the ages of 12 and 19, I met 2 guys.
Or 2, my best friend, Claire Osterhaus's husband, was in the army and stationed in France. Well, 5 months after he left St. Olaf, she got pregnant. A lot of people thought she was fooling around, but she told me that sperm must...
And the good news is that Sophia's still with us. So now you have the chance to tell her how you really feel about her.
I'll go first. Sophia, I drove 30 miles and missed a day of work just to be here. I think it's very selfish of you not to be dead.
Oh, Rose and I used to date one another back home. Oh, we had some pretty wild times, didn't we, Rose?
Oh, did we ever?
Listen, why don't I go get things settled in my hotel, then I'll come pick you up and we'll go to dinner. Oh, we got a lot of catching up to do.
Oh, no, me? When the cleaners of the world are kicking us in the teeth.
Rose, you're hysterical.
Wait, I've seen this in the movies.
How could he do this? What is wrong with the man?
Ma, you almost got it.
Listen, I think we're...
Look, here's where you can reach me. Call me if you can work things out. I'll be there until showtime.
Fine. Oh, one more thing.
What's that?
Could you leave by the back door?
Oh, hi, Fizz. Come here, boy. This one's Dreyfus.
Oh, there it is. Ma, what are you doing with my resume?
Punching it up. How's this? 1946 to 1984, took part in extensive anthropological research.
Why anthropological research?
Because it's better than saying married. Margaret Weinstein did the same thing when they changed her medication.
Do you think she could take Dorothy's place in the recital?
Oh, come on, honey. I'll be fine by next week.
Maybe you should have it checked by a doctor.
Oh, come on. It's a very simple thing that comes and goes. I've had it for years. I mean, it's...
They found a donor with the rare blood type he needed. Gee, you save a guy's life, all you get is apple juice and a cookie?
Dorothy? What did she say, honey? What'd she say?
Find out what it is, or my name isn't Sophia
Petrillo.
Oh, yeah. Maybe the doctor is right. Maybe I do need all 3 pills a day.
Dorothy'll never tell her.
Tell her what?
The secret that I don't know. Oh, please go on. That's such a beautiful language.
Rose, why don't we just show Mr. Vaughn around the theater?
Well, why don't I just do that myself, since I've had the most experience performing here?
Blanche, the parking lot doesn't count. I'll do.
Guess what? I don't like to brag, and it took me practically all morning, but by reinforcing the command with love and a doggy treat, I finally taught Bingo how to sit.
Sit down, Rose.
Okie dokie. Probably try holding hands first.
Blanche has a point. Finally. Oh, honey, if he doesn't want to go away with you, then you'll know how he feels.
I'll get that. That's probably Ernie. Oh, I can't do it. I can't ask him to go away with me. I've never learned how to be aggressive.
Look, Rose, I need the money. You're just going to have to trust me.
Well, of course I trust you. You're my best friend. You can take everything I have.
Well, don't give me everything you have. I mean, all I need is a couple $100, you know, so that I can...
Oh, you don't owe me any explanation. Here. I want you to...
Orange juice, Ma.
Yeah, I could use some of that. I think I might be coming down with a cold.
Well, it doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, you've spent every afternoon this week standing stark naked in a cold, windy studio.
Oh, I didn't catch cold at Laszlo's studio, Dorothy. Laszlo keeps me too warm for that. Too warm and too tingly.
He did it in that movie.
What movie?
Lawrence of Arabia, Rose.
This flyer that came in the mail says they're going to start a dirty dancing course down at Lawson's dance studio. What do you say, Dorothy?
Oh, no. I can't see myself swinging my hips and wildly gyrating my...
St. Olaf. I got work to do.
Oh, Ma, I moved some of your things into my room.
Why'd you do that?
Well, Blanche's daughter arrives today. You're going to have to sleep with me.
Let me respond to that proposition the way your dates do. No, thanks. I'll call you sometime.
Okay, girls. How do I... Sorry.
I had artificial insemination. It's not like I slept with every man in town.
Chew it carefully, Mom. Like they taught you at Shady Pines.
I'm a mother. I know these things.
Good night, Ma.
Good night.
What's that smell?
Ray.
Hi, Dorothy.
Honey.
Hey, welcome, stranger. Come in here and sit down.
So how have you been doing? Tell me, sweetheart, you having fun in high school?
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, I loved high school. It seems like only yesterday. Riding around with the boys in their cars and the dances.
And don't forget the hint.
Cleaning up the dirty dishes. You twit. Listen, why don't we just leave this mess and go out and get something to eat?
Yeah, I'll ask Ma if she'd like to come. It'll do her good to get out of the house.
Oh, she's been so depressed since she got back from that funeral.
I mean...
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Did you hear that Ronald Reagan has just moved back to Hollywood? That's just what Hollywood needs, another unemployed actor. And you know Reagan...
Finally came to me. Why not take the best features of each lady to create one perfect lady? That is what you see. You know, it is not hard to understand why you are such good friends. You complement each other very well indeed.
Thank you, Laszlo.
Oh, one more.
Good. I'm an expert. Didn't I tell you I used to work in a malt shop when I was in high school?
Soda jerk?
No, thanks. I'll have a wallet.
Well, aren't you going to have one, Doc?
Oh, no. Listen, after you've worked...
Well, what? After my boom comes your boom, and then yours until we're all booming.
How complicated is that herring thing?
Boom, 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 boom. Translated, it means I hope you have a license to carry that gefurfen.
And this is a quality that you look for in a man?
Yes. Oh, maybe I'm crazy to be so attracted by someone I hardly know, but I can't. Go on.
You know, I'm going to tell you something, Blanche. I'm sure glad I am not in her shoes. Oh, I'd hate to have to give a eulogy.
What if it was my eulogy?
What?
What if you were giving a eulogy?
It's only for a couple of hours more.
I can't do it. I mean, pretending we're married, acting as though nothing happened, it's making me crazy.
It's time to take my heart medicine.
You need a glass of water to take your pill?
No pills. I take a shot of scotch at 12 years old if you got it.
Uncle Angelo, I have a confession to make.
Work, Dorothy.
Why?
Because the man is blind. Now, would the two of you please keep your noses out of my business?
Blanche, you know something. When it comes to other people, you're the one who's blind.
Big hand.
Hi, girls. How are you holding up? Oh, fine. Just doing fine.
Terrific.
You know, this reminds me of the big dance back in St. Olaf to kick off Pretzel Week. My Uncle Gunther, after the great beer nut shortage of 29.
Foul! You told me you had cooked an anniversary dinner for Stan. He came home late, he didn't have a gift, and there was lipstick on his shirt. He kept saying to me, Ma, what should I do? You remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Thank God. What was it? I forgot.
Thank you. 1, do you read People magazine? And 2, are you doing anything tonight around midnight?
Is he okay?
Oh, yes, he's having cosmetic surgery.
It's about time. I'll be in the John. Reading material.
Do you mind answering that?
Why not? Maybe I'll get lucky. What am I talking about? If I was lucky, I'd be shacking up with Cary Grant.
Hello, I'm Dr. Richmond. I'm looking for a Dorothy Zbornak.
Dr. Richmond, it's a pleasure to meet you, but we were expecting...
But I got a right to sing the blues. I lost my Teddy.
I understand, Rose, which if I thought about it says something deeply disturbing about me. I've got a right to sing the blues?
Dorothy, I hope you didn't fix breakfast for me. I'm not eating...
Thank you for all your support.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dorothy. It's just Lucy doesn't know that that's really Fred dressed up as a burglar.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was more important.
Did I just lapse into Swedish? Read it and weep.
Tales of Tunda the Tiger and His Friends by Hans Christian Luckerhoven. Well, who's Hans Christian Luckerhoven?
Only St. Olaf's greatest author. He wrote the classic fairy.
I spit on you. Unless, of course, the sister would like to spit on you first.
I'm her daughter, Dorothy. You'll have to excuse my mother. She suffered a slight stroke a few years ago, which rendered her totally annoying. And what brings you here?
The phone.
Rose, Blanche, this is the part where my good friends are supposed to shut off the TV and run after me. So either shut off the TV or I'm going to hurl it through the window. Thank you. I'm touched.
How you holding up, Dorothy?
I know. I'm sorry, honey. I'm just scared.
Oh, it's understandable.
No, it's surprising. You know, when I was married to Stan, there were moments when I'd look at my life and think, oh, my God, what if I lost him? Well, I guess you can't just turn your back on 38 years of living because part of me feels that way right now. And I
lie.
Oh, Ma, come on. Are you saying that you never stretched the truth with me?
Those were harmless lies.
So all first-grade girls wear men's shoes?
I put bows on them, didn't I? You do the best you can.
Don't be too tough on her. I mean, look how great you turned out.
Merci.
Isaac, would you get us some champagne?
Is that the stuff that's in the bottle or in the bowl? Well, never mind. I'll figure it out.
Listen, Rose, we have to talk to you.
I want to talk to you, too. Isaac is the shyest man I've ever met. He won't even...
Why?
Balance.
Rose, why don't they just carry 13 in each hand?
Excuse me, I have to make a phone call. I put my head between my knees.
No, that's for nausea.
When I'm scared, I'm nauseous. You remember what happened when that man tried to steal my purse?
Worked better than Mace. Honey, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Well, anyway, all the same, I better get busy writing down my act.
I put my skates on the wrong feet.
Oh.
Sonia Henderfinkins.
Morning, all.
Morning, honey.
Oh, Rose, for God's sake. You look like a giant elf. Can I borrow that sometime?
Oh, that ziti was delicious. Please, tell me something I don't know.
Dorothy, you didn't even taste my chippy.
Of course I did, Rose.
You didn't like it.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I loved it.
Well, then have another bite.
Ladies, see y'all later.
I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Free tickets.
Oh, I'm talking about my daddy. Why, this singing thing doesn't make any sense. You know, I'm worried about him. Maybe I ought to go call...
So then I went up to the podium and I said, my name is Dorothy and I have a gambling problem. You know, when I left Gamblers Anonymous 15 years ago, I thought I'd never have to say those words again.
Well, let's hope this time you get cured.
Oh, you're never really cured, Rose. Does not want us to say a word about this to anyone until we hear from him again. Not a word. Is that understood?
Yes.
I thought I heard voices in here. What you girls doing?
Oh, nothing. We're just sitting talking.
And I know they do, but, you know, he hardly has time for them. Or for me. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the main reason he wants me for his wife is because he needs a mother for his children.
Well, honey, if you think that's true, you'd better find out.
I intend to. I'm going to ask him straight out. Like with a roast at the Friars Club.
It was just a joke.
My fault. I read to her as a child.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to the library in a few minutes. You want to come?
The library? That's a great idea. I just love libraries.
You do?
Oh, I've loved books since I was a child. Although I certainly did grow up around some ignorant people. Do you know what horrible thing the folks in my neck of
St. Olaf has been using moose ever since I can remember. Of course, it's his own professional secret which part of the moose he uses. But it'll keep your hair in place in winds up to 130 miles an hour.
I just don't believe you, Rose. Ask.
Why, they have a lot of talent back in St. Olaf?
No, it's lunchtime there. I could really go for a smoke kipper hero.
All right, who's auditioning next?
I'm next.
Ma, what the hell are you doing here?
I gnawed through my leather restraints and outran.
I just found out I'm the most boring person alive.
Did something happen to Regis Philbin?
No. I was listing my accomplishments for the St. Olaf Woman of the Year, and it wasn't until I saw them in black and...
But when I saw your mother again after all these years, something happened. We talked, we laughed, we held hands, we fell in love. Actually, we got a hot dog before we fell in love. But the point is, we're crazy about each other. And if this turns out to be a mistake, what the hell? We'll probably be dead before we find out.
Blanche, there are days when I can't remember who I am. But trust me, I remember every stunt you ever pulled. That's how I got half the gray hairs on this 85-year-old head.
Honey, you're 89.
Living together in the same house, we go through so many hormone changes that some nights we can actually read by the hot flashes. No, you know, it's really interesting when one of us dates an eligible man, or as we call them, a live one.
Listen, if you don't want tonight to turn into a total disaster, you have to stop being so self-conscious.
Oh, well, you're right, of course. Dr. Newman is a guest in our home. If I'm self-conscious, he'll be ill at ease. I can't allow that to happen. It would be un-Southern.
But I think it had to come over by mail.
I bet this is more fun than giving blood.
I've waited long enough. That doctor has wasted enough of my time. Come on.
How you feeling?
She's going to be just fine, only this time she's going to follow the doctor's orders.
What about you, Dorothy? You must be exhausted being here by yourself all night.
I wasn't alone. Stan came by and stayed with me, brought me food, held me, showed me that special part of himself.
Right there in the waiting room?
Grandma Moses.
Hey, how would you like me to fix your face so the two of you don't look like twins anymore?
Sophia, this is Dorothy's mother. Dorothy's the roommate who'll be joining us tonight.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Dorothy, this is Rob, and this is his brother Bob.
I swear I have seen you somewhere before. Oh, there! Anybody want anything else?
Oh, not me, thank you. I'm too upset to eat. I may never eat again.
Blanche.
Oh, you're right. I should keep up my strength. Dorothy, something with frosting. Come here, sister, and give me a big hug.
It's just a little late to be sharing a beautiful moment, don't you think?
Where were you? Sick and crazy. And to know what I have and that there are a lot of other people who have the same thing.
I don't like the name. I think I ought to have a better name.
Well, that's what Dr. Chang said. Chronic fatigue syndrome makes it sound like I'm just a tired person when it is so much more than that.
I think...
A hand puppet, Rose.
Honey, I am so sorry.
I knew you shouldn't have gone to Columbia University. It's in New York City, for heaven's sake. A subway runs right through it. You want to go to college where there are green lawns and willow trees and young men.
Hello. Hello. Do you have a match?
I think so. Let's see. Here you go.
Mom, I think we should talk.
Oh, why don't we just forget about it?
I don't want to forget about it.
Okay, then I forgive you. I know it wasn't your fault.
Mom, you've got to stop pretending I'm some kind of perfect angel. I'm not. I make mistakes. And what I did the other night was one of them.
Stan, about what you said.
Hey, Dorothy, I was kidding. It was a joke.
That's what I figured.
Well, you didn't think I meant it, did you?
No. He is not a newsstand. He's a new stand.
Then you can see the change.
I'm waiting for the change. That was a 5 I handed you.
Look, Stan, old Stan, new Stan, tastes great, less filling Stan. The point is,
All right, thank you.
What?
Thank you for the soda. I guess we're even. This fight was my fault. Yesterday was yours.
Yesterday?
Hey, if you're...
I feel great. Let's go to dinner and celebrate. How does Chinese food sound?
I love Chinese food.
why not? A celebratory dinner to bury the hatchet.
Who invited you?
Don't wait up.
Oh, my goodness, no. Oh, I knew we were dancing in a local bar when all of a sudden I heard a deep voice say, "May I cut in?" Well, when I turned, I saw the man I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life with.
George.
No, Thomas Penville. Well, after Thomas and I left the bar...
Blanche, I could get... Oh, Mom, what am I going to do?
We're going to use this for your own good. Once I've told Rose that I saw you kissing Miles, I will have satisfied all the terms of the curse of the Strega.
Ma, you cannot tell Rose. And I can't believe that you're still talking about that silly curse.
I've worked my butt.
But then who wouldn't? He's sensitive, he's caring, and he thinks I'm neater than hard salami.
Did he actually tell you that, Rose?
I shouldn't have repeated it. It was said in a moment of
Of course, I'll have to see pictures of the father before I commit.
Well, if you're really interested, I could call the office and see about sending over 2 girls.
Great, count me in.
I know this show is for charity, but that's the smallest dressing room I've ever had in my life.
Oh, my God, you're really Mr. Bob Hope.
Wait a minute. There is not one shred of evidence, not one logical reason why I should not believe that this woman is my mother or that Gina is her real daughter.
Buongiorno, I'm a Gina. Mother?
And I found you can't give a sponge bath without the patient's consent.
Oh, Ma, I'm so sorry about everything. I'm sorry I asked you to move that sofa. I'm sorry that you're sick. I swear I'll never ask you to move furniture again. Oh, God, I'm just so happy you're safe.
Speak.
Cleaning the kitchen. This is Marguerite's job.
Dorothy, I know exactly what you're going to say, but I talked to Marguerite on the phone, and this time she has a really good excuse for being late.
Oh, fine. What is it?
She had to go pluck a hair from the chin of a dwarf.
That no member of your family was ever a returning champion on Jeopardy.
Anyway, that's why I have to speak. Oh, I've dreaded this day coming. I just can't do it.
Rose, calm down. Honey, now listen, I know an easy way to get through this. The way as to kidney stone, I had it appraised. I mean, this went on for 2 years before he found a cure.
What was it?
A blonde stewardess with a butt that would have made Gandhi throw in the towel.
So, Rose, you're gonna...
Oh, God, where are the paramedics?
I'll go call them again. Rose, you stay with Dorothy.
Oh, Dorothy, she'll be fine. I'm sure it isn't a heart attack. A heart attack's bigger. I've seen a heart attack. Charlie had a heart attack.
Then it wasn't like this?
Oh, it was much worse.
If only the paramedics would get here.
Decision?
We're very sorry, sir. Nurse, do you know what happened to Mrs. Devereaux?
Oh, Mrs. Devereaux canceled her surgery. She checked herself out this morning.
Oh, aren't you sweet?
Every day it's something else. The hair gets gray, the eyes get weak.
And you shrink. It's scary. I mean, you measure your height against your arm span, and when they stop being equal, you're actually getting...
You? Come on, that does it. Come on, out. Come on, come on, out. Move it, out, right now. Oh, come on, now this isn't fair. Come on, now.
Happy Mother's Day, Mama.
Please. Happy Mother's Day, Ma. Okay, honey, just a second. Ma, he wants to talk to you.
Hello, Mike.
Rose.
Was it the glass menagerie?
That's correct for 100 points. What innovative industrialist invented the assembly line? Willard.
Well, I'm sorry, I did it again.
Sophia.
Henry Ford.
Who's for decaf?
Smooth.
Blanche, how could you do that? What did you mean when you told me that you could accept my being gay? Did you mean it was okay so long as I was celibate? It was okay so long as I don't fall in love? Doug is a part of the family now.
For weeks. I used to have so much trouble sleeping, I tried counting sheep.
Rose, if there are real sheep in this story, I do not want to hear it.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, Simon, good to see you.
What are you doing?
I thought we'd walk out on our knees.
Why?
Icebreaker?
She didn't apologize, did she?
Come on now, I've had it, that's enough. Come on. Dorothy, yeah, I miss you. I think we have to talk. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. Yes. Fine, I'll see you there.
Oh, I'm so glad you're going back to work.
Yeah, he was thrilled too.
At least for the next $8.
Dorothy, you owe me an apology. Your ad's right here.
Oh, Rose, this is the personals column.
So what?
So what? You put an ad in the personals column that said I will do anything for $8 an hour? Blanche, I didn't know you went out. Are you coming back from a date?
You know, Dorothy, sometimes you can be so cruel.
Honey, if you didn't have a date, how come you're so dressed up?
Well, I sat down and tried to think of a surefire place to meet men. It was so obvious I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it before. The hardware store.
And that I'll just take my laundry and go home.
Come on. It's not too late to go out. I mean, you kept me waiting for hours.
No, I'm sorry, baby. I'm tired.
But I'm all dressed up and I'm wearing your favorite perfume.
Hey, I said it was too late to go out. I guess you think I come over here to get nagged?
And to get your laundry. Don't... Look, I'm not going out with him. You go, Blanche. What? Well, you like him. I know you do, so you go. What? I couldn't.
Of course she couldn't.
You stay out of this, Dorothy.
Well, why not? It's all over between us. He'll know that tonight.
It's him.
Wonders with Stan. You know, he's gotten him to transfer his love for me to a fake monkey.
What are you talking about?
Well, it really is very simple. You see, studies show that when baby monkeys are taken away from their mothers, they can transfer their love.
Oh, my, that provincial Midwestern sense of humor that everybody hates. Yes.
Hello, I'm Detective Paris, Dade County PD. Does Sophia Petrillo reside here?
This is my mother. Is there a problem?
I'd just like to ask a few questions.
Full and calls for a toast. To Miles and Rose and poor, lonely Blanche.
I am so excited. I'm going to have an old-fashioned St. Olaf wedding. Dorothy, you're my best friend. Will you be my maid of honor?
Forget it. The only sights we're seeing is the empty parking lot behind the mall.
I already showed him that.
Wait a minute. I have an idea. Blanche, you're free. Why don't you take Sven around?
I don't think I feel like sightseeing.
Oh, it might do you good, Blanche.
I know it'll do you good, and it's certainly a lot healthier than sitting here in the house.
Good, but you give me your honest advice. Can I still pull it off?
Right now, I'd be surprised if you could cut it off.
Are you implying that I might have gained weight?
There's only one way to find out. Here's the scale.
Oh, fine.
Rose, honey, are you awake?
I don't know.
Oh, that's good enough. I need to talk to someone. Rose, it's been a terrible night. Ted turned out to be as big a jerk as...
Over there, send the word over there, that the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming, the drums rum-tumming everywhere. Say a prayer.
Dorothy and me to meet some men.
Me too.
Let's say you and Rose and I do go. Won't they know that we haven't been to that school?
Yeah, how do we stop that from happening?
Dorothy, these people went to school 40 years ago. They won't know each other anymore. Why, you...
I'm here if you want to pick my brain.
Rose, I think we should leave it alone and let it heal.
It was clear from Ted's tone on the phone that he wants to escalate our...
It was an accident. A delicious accident.
Well, Ma, I just can't do it now. I'm going to be teaching that honors program class, and it's going to be a challenge. I'm going to have students who know that Chekhov is a brilliant Russian playwright, not the guy who was the navigator on the Enterprise.
Charlie? Charlie, I want to believe it's you. Tell me something that only the two of us would know.
Don't take any wooden nickels.
Oh, my God, it is you!
Why, if there are other fish in the sea?
You know, the ones my age are floating on the top.
Now, Ma, remember, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I think I crossed that line when I got a date.
Hi, Sophia.
Little Richard was in Bermuda?
Yes, Rose. He was burying Fats Domino in the sand. Go ahead, Blanche.
Richard's always talking about how much his children mean to him.
I told them they had to leave. They were too ugly to look at. Now the parents are mad. A father came in a three-piece suit and defended Tiffany, a bald girl with a nose ring. What's that?
Enchiladas rancheros.
Why don't you just shoot me? The New World?
Hey, anybody can say Baltimore. There's an art to telling these stories.
Sorry.
Where was I?
Departing for the New World.
Oh, right. Anyway, the price of steerage turns out to be 900,000 lira, or approximately $1.25.
Find out why, while you boys and girls watch another very special adventure of Ricky the Flying Turtle. See you in a few minutes. Clear! Freddie, it's been 16 years. When are you going to learn? Tuesday, it's Mr. Policeman. Thursday, it's Mr. Man.
This month, he couldn't set the handbrake on my wheelchair.
Grandma, that was just a coincidence.
Please, all 3 times was at the top of the stairs to the Flatbush subway station.
Mama, if Salvador hates you, why does he want you to come here and live with us?
What?
Salvador and I would like you to move in with us.
Forget it. I am not moving in.
What? Every time the teacher turned her back, little Debbie Tans did something she shouldn't. Of course, her mother was the same way every time her father turned his back. The woman was a real tramp.
Yeah. But you digress.
Right. So there's Debbie putting gum in your hair, hiding your lunch, stealing your... In rush. Half the people have walkers. The other half can't get out of their chairs. But they got bells going off like crazy. You know what that does to hearts that only beat a few times a week? It's not pretty.
We better go. We have reservations.
I can't believe it. They must have sanded it off.
No, Ma. No. See, Ma, it's our height chart. You can see it through the paint. See, here's Phil, Gloria, me.
Vacations, botched operations.
Rose, do a big ugly man with a limp a favor and shut up.
Dorothy, nobody likes being in the hospital, but it's natural to be afraid.
She's right, darling. Everybody has fears. Now, all my life, I had an incredible fear of flying. And... Oh, girls, I'm just so glad you're still up. Wait till I tell you about my date.
Wait till I tell you about my discovery.
Let's hear it.
It came to me when I was enjoying my second cup of Ovaltine.
Richard flew me to Atlanta for dinner in his private jet.
You're kidding. And that's when it hit me. We don't even need our sludge tube. It stays.
Then he should know better.
And this is...
Blanche Devereaux, it's a real pleasure, Mr. President. My, you do have a lot of Secret Service men, don't you?
Hi, Blanche.
Hi, fellas.
Thank you, Mrs. Devereaux. And, Mr. President, this is Dorothy Zbornak.
Look, kid, you can just kiss my patootie. Now, this is our room and our John, and if you have to go, why, the jungle's that away. Come on, ladies. In Mr. William Shakespeare's masterpiece, Macbeth, I feel sure after our date he'll make a decision in my favor.
Oh, wait. Come on. Now, Blanche, you're not just using this guy to get a part in a play.
Of course not, Dorothy. I'm gonna let him use me to get a part in a play.
Blanche, does he have a friend for Dorothy?
Oh.
We know this is
Not going.
What do I have to celebrate? That I have a miserable marriage and I'm leaving my husband?
You and Pop had a fight.
You love to show off that college education, don't you?
Okay, why are you mad at Pop?
Because your father is a miserable, no good, insensitive bum.
I heard that! Please, tell me you understand. I need to know that you forgive me before I let them cut open my heart.
They may have to stand in line.
Dorothy,
Please.
Oh, all right, all right. You're off the hook, Stanley. You can go to the hospital with a clean conscience. I forgive you.
Dorothy, you've got the compassion.
Way. Otherwise, it'll just end up coming between the three of us. So now tell us, which one of us is it going to be? Dorothy here, or Rose, or a woman whose breasts you once described as perfect champagne glass-sized orbs of dancing loveliness?
Blanche, I did not say that.
Francis Farm, I know what I saw. There's a party out there.
Blanche, I guess we made a mistake.
Honey, look, we'll cancel the party. We'll send everybody home and forget that the whole thing ever happened.
Yo, everybody, the party is off. They want us out. But you're all welcome to come back to my place if someone can tell me where it is. They laugh, they sing, they slam down a few Boilermakers. Shortly afterwards, he's arrested for showing her how he can hold his palate without using his hands. But I digress. In Sicily, we never went to the doctor. We went to the widow Caravelli. Whatever you had, she had a cure. She was best known for this green salve she used to make to treat ear infections. One day, she gave a batch to Salvador, the village idiot.
Your own problems?
I can't find my lucky handkerchief.
Lucky handkerchief?
What the hell are you, a minor bird? I'm trying to get my kit together for a major bingo game, and it's not here. There's no way I can play without it. It's like Kareem without his goggles.
I'm sorry, Sophia. I'm just so upset.
You know, you would feel a lot better if you...
What is she, your best friend?
Rose knows I'm sick.
Well, I know you're sick. God knows you tell me all the time. What a waste. Rose Island in New York.
It's gonna be a great trip. You wait and see. You're gonna be cured.
I don't care what Dorothy says. I'm not spending my vacation in New York.
Well, it might be interesting. I've never been to New York.
You haven't, Rose? I'm shocked. You're so cosmopolitan.
Well, take it from me, you're not missing a thing. The people are rude, streets are full of criminals, everything.
Start out talking about Aunt Gretchen, the person. She was always a very rigid person.
Especially now. I'm sorry, Rose. I guess that maybe that champagne did relax me.
Oh, my God.
The Fender Hooven rocket. What was a beauty. Fritz really had vision. Actually, he had double vision, which is why it had 8 tires.
So, what happened?
He never got off the ground. Bad promotion.
Oh, Rose, is your neck bothering you again?
Yeah, and I'm gonna do something about it.
I'm glad you've come to your senses. There is nothing worse than a pain in the neck. They ever shoot a herring out of a cannon?
Only once. Panic. Look, you just need a break. Why don't we just wash our hands and have a nice cup of tea? Turn it off. I can't make it stop.
Very nice job, ladies.
Who let you in here?
I did. Lucky I... Creatures. I really wanted to help.
So you decided to become a shepherd?
No. I decided to give Gunter a case of scotch. And he really appreciated it until he discovered what mean drunks sheep are. I have made arrangements for us tomorrow.
Oh, what arrangements?
Well, we're supposed to show up at the hangar at 10 o'clock in the morning for skydiving class.
What, you mean actually jump out of an airplane? Literally?
Oh, there is nothing like skydiving. I mean, soaring will drop dead.
What I mean, Rose, is that if you decide to raise this child, I think I'd like to help you.
Really?
Now, wait a minute, girls. If you both feel you want to raise this child, why, I might even consider it myself.
But I thought you said you didn't want to be a mother again.
But I meant by myself, as long as...
Well, it's the jungle cat in me. I try to keep it carefully hidden, of course.
Oh, my God. Now she's with the other boyfriend. It's like living with Cher.
He ran the feed store in our town. Of course, if the truth be known, Millie was the one who had to make change for the customers.
Rose, are you telling a story or performing our town?
Oh, sorry. Anyway, Reverend Mackenzie made a deal with me. He said if I...
What do you mean you're not calling the police? The man just told you we robbed a bank.
He also told me he had a very good reason. He did it for love.
Gee, the most any man...
Young man, this woman is doing you a favor. She's taking time from her own busy schedule. They don't know you have no life.
Kevin, no dice. You take it or leave it. These are my terms.
Look, Coach, you told me if I was nice to her, she'd roll over. I'm out of here. If you want to win tomorrow, it's...
Well, there are just dozens of ways to seduce a man. Hundreds, maybe even thousands.
I think that you should forget the ones that involve swinging naked from a door frame.
You need to get him in a romantic situation, Rose. Why don't you ask him to take you away for the weekend?
I think we should probably...
Tea, Sophia?
How about a shot of gin with a beer back?
That was dumb of me to have tea this late. Now I'll go to sleep and have to get up to go.
Yeah, and wake me up. You know, if you didn't drink before bedtime, you wouldn't have to wake up in the middle of the night.
I don't drink before bedtime. I start...
Mom, is something wrong?
No, absolutely nothing, except I can't imagine why you never mentioned how much older Lorraine is.
I guess it slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind? Michael, she's twice your age.
I can't believe you're making such a big deal out of this. What about what you said last night, huh? There's only...
Get your bunny nose out of my butt.
Let's just get some sleep.
Good night, Ma. Good night, Mo. Good night, Lowry.
I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, I usually...
That's not what I was going to ask you, but you answered my question anyway.
Why? I don't understand.
I was going to ask you to marry me.
Away with it.
Same reason the dog licks himself, Dorothy. Because he can.
Where's Stan?
That wasn't Stan at the door.
Oh, who was it?
Now, Dorothy, just stay calm. Just relax and don't do anything you'll be...
Location also, he said, but his eyes told me he was dedicated to me. Now, we both knew it was wrong, and we fought our feelings with every bone in our hot, longing, writhing bodies. But finally, it was just too much for us, and we gave up and checked into a Best Western.
Buried him.
I mean, what did you do the next day when you had to start putting your life together?
I couldn't do it. I'd been a housewife for 32 years. I totally depended on Charlie.
Yeah, but the point is, eventually you did what you had to do. You took care of yourself.
We don't want to lose him.
Bye-bye.
I better get to the office.
We're not done yet.
Couldn't it wait?
Well, no, it cannot wait. George, the kids are gone. You're never here. I have nothing to do anymore.
What do your friends do?
Shop, have lunch, some play golf, some have affairs.
Which ones are having affairs?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on.
If no one minds. I wrote some things down, but I'd just rather talk. The funeral was for my Aunt Gretchen. I didn't know her very well. The only thing I remembered about her is she used to scare me. Jumping out of my closet at night, putting false fancy.
Girls?
Would you all like to stay here with us?
Here? Gee, that didn't even cross my mind. What do you think, Max?
Well, there's no pool.
All right. We'll stay, but only for a couple of days. Get the bags, Pumpkin. He likes to eat breakfast.
For myself for a change. Oh, you're looking at a new Rosen Island. The girl who's gonna eat life.
Hi, Cookie. How you feeling?
Oh, fine, Sophia. But I did die. I died and went to heaven.
That's nice.
Right here, Sophia, I want you by the table.
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. I'm very upset.
Rose, this man is paying me $1,000 a day to make a commercial in my kitchen.
I live here too. I have every right to use this kitchen.
Miss, this will only take a second.
Oh, yeah, well, it'll only take a second to knock you on your keister, buddy. Now, what's it gonna be?
Look, from now on, I'm going to be a more supportive mother. You look nice tonight. You look better than a lot of other women here. Like her, for instance.
Oh, thanks, Ma. By the way, that's a man.
Hey, that's not my fault.
Girls, look, a mime.
I guess, it's time to go. You will hold my hand? Sure I will. I'm so glad I don't have to go alone.
You remember how we met?
Yes, about 8 years ago.
Florida coastline. With only this towel between your hot flesh and the cold, wet sand.
I brought my son Skippy home from the hospital in this towel dump.
You're lying, Blanche.
I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony.
And that was quite enough.
Then why don't you come to my house? Angela, please.
Okay, I'll come.
Okay.
Maybe I could show Blanche how to correctly apply her makeup.
I'd like that.
Although she might be offended if I bring it.
Truly Capricorn.
Hi, girls. How's it going?
Well, Angela, what are you doing here?
My brother wants to try out for the telethon.
I got a song I used to sing with my partner. We call ourselves a Tino and a Fino.
I'm warning you, Angelo. No political stuff. We don't want to have any trouble.
There are variations.
You're a genius. All you people are brilliant. The Chinese invented pasta, you know. We take credit for it, but we just added oregano.
Well, but all I can say at this point is
that turnstile at the end of the hall.
So anyway, Hans Fliegelfleister.
Get out of my room! Not till I find that watch. Now, where is it? I'll never tell. Unlike...
I'm gonna miss you.
Pepto-Bismol. Well, I mean, Francesca's a beautiful woman, but she makes a manicotti like you could anchor a boat with. Oh, well, as usual, Sophia is stationed at the eggnog. And she's drinking right from the bowl through a swizzle stick. When my husband, Carmine, walks in and passes right under the mistletoe.
Shampoo. I was talking about your fable. Listen, Rose, I've come up with an idea. Now, with your stories and my illustrations, we just might have a bestseller here. What do you say to us teaming up and writing a kid's storybook together?
Oh, Blanche, that's a terrific idea. Oh, when my children were small.
A moron, but he knows how to fix a toilet.
This is fine with me. Look, the longer I let you do it yourself, the more I'm gonna get paid when you finally call.
Yeah, well, I have news for you, Lou. We are not calling, ever.
You ladies haven't seen the last of me. And you wanna know why? Because as we say in the plumbing game, it's net...
You deserve to gloat a little.
I deserve to gloat a lot. But I can't. I know what the pain is like, and I wouldn't wish it on... I don't know how to finish that sentence. I usually say Stan. When did it happen?
A couple of months ago. She told me she thought we were no longer sexually compatible.
Stop. So what are you going to say?
I don't know. I just want to say a few words to give the man some dignity and show him a little respect.
Ready?
To run with the bulls in Pamplona?
I wanted to wear something tonight that Dwayne's never seen me in.
Maybe you should try underwear.
Miles, I thought you were grading papers.
No, I wasn't. I lied.
See a thing.
Hi, Rose.
Hi, Rose.
What's the matter, honey? Something wrong?
Yes. No. Well, I guess yes and no.
Honey, what is it?
I found out this morning I'm going to be a mother again.
Rose, we've been over this 100...
Fired. Rose, we just did that part, honey.
Sorry. I'm not very good at this sort of thing.
Of course, we'll pay you for the rest of the week. Oh, Marguerite, I hope you understand.
I never been fired from any job.
We're really awfully sorry.
Well, you should be.
Well, we're not insatiable like the Germans, if that's what you mean. But we do have compensating qualities.
Such as?
We're not the French. Bloody frogs. Terrible people.
Coming through. Sophia, I think I found him, my moonlight romance.
Wait a minute. You're not going...
Far and wide, and never lose heart, for I know one day my prince will come.
Now, what was that supposed to mean?
I wasn't paying close attention, but from what I could make of it, she's gonna sleep with that little black guy prince.
Ma, what the hell are you talking about?
I think I got chapter 7 and 9 mixed up. This watch is broken.
Ma, Stan gave me that watch when we got married.
Well, the marriage never worked. Why should the...
I have a few words I'd like to say. First off, I want to thank all of you. This has been a great campaign. Tomorrow at this time, I could actually be your city councilman. But I don't want to be your city councilman unless I can win this job honestly, and there is something that I haven't...
...or about. In Sicily, 4 and a bed is a treat. It means half your family is on vacation. I slept with my 2 brothers until I was 17. I was engaged to one for a very short period of time. But that's a separate story.
Harry, he used to walk to school with me every day on a little leash I made out of kite string. Well, one day we were about to cross the bridge down near the schoolhouse, and Larry stopped dead in his tracks. No matter how I yanked on that leash, he just wouldn't move. Suddenly I heard this loud noise. You know, this reminds me of the story of Gunilla Ulfsdotter, St. Olaf's very own angel of death.
Tell it, Rose, tell it.
Really? All the way through?
All the way through, but please try to make the end come as close to the beginning as possible.
Rose, in my opinion, it is time to say bye-bye to Mr. Longfellow and Elvis. I mean, what's the use of having a garage sale if we can't part with anything?
How much for this hockey stick?
$1,100.
All right, honey. Now, come on and tell me why you need this favor.
No way. You'll only laugh
Now,
again.
stop it, Dorothy. I really do want to help you if I can.
Yeah, we're not monsters. We promise not to laugh. Right?
Well, all right. I want you to go out with my blind date tonight because...
One year during the Depression, when I just got a block of coal, which I carved into a pair of high-top kids.
You can do anything you want to her, just don't hurt us.
Here, Marguerite, let me put this on for you. Oh, my. You look stunning. Doesn't she just look...
Rose, honey, you didn't die. You passed out. You hallucinated. Remember that New Year's Eve when you had the 3 margaritas? You thought you were an animated broom in Fantasia?
Look, I know it sounds crazy. That's why I wouldn't tell anybody but my 2 closest friends.
I'm only doing this because I have some more coffee left to drink. Small curd cottage cheese, Queen?
It's our town's biggest honor. Right after large curd cottage cheese. The point I'm trying to make is kids should enjoy being kids. They should be looking forward to their future.
You are, or you are.
She is.
Oh, God.
Emilio Estevez is kind of Spanish, Dorothy.
Thank you, Rose. Mom, you're not upset about this, are you?
No, I'm not upset. It's just that, come on.
Stop. So what are you going to say?
I don't know. I just want to say a few words to give the man some dignity and show him a little respect.
Ready?
To run with the bulls in Pamplona?
I don't know how to thank you all for helping me with this test.
Pay us.
Ma. It's our pleasure, Rose.
Okay, what we have to do is try these different hair removal products. I'm willing to try.
Oh, good. Now we can get some sleep.
Oh, I can't fall asleep now.
Still at the rodeo, Blanche?
I can't sleep either. Why don't I make us all some warm milk? After I drink milk, I go right to sleep.
I can think of something else after which.
And you get what you paid for. I also know the expression, there's a sucker born every minute. Ew, yes, I do know that expression, too.
Dorothy, that was the last contractor in the book.
I just don't care.
Avoids wakes and political rallies. So, I'm just going to run, you understand?
But, buddy.
No, I'll write. I will. No, I won't. I always say that. I never do. You take care of yourself, Rose. You're a
He's crying out with pain and making the most spectacular comeback since Dennis Hopper.
Are you all right, Sophia?
Of course I'm all right. It's just that halfway to the contest I realized I forgot the wine.
For your muscles, marinara?
No, for me. I always drink wine during cooking contests and my sister Sam. Oh, wait a minute, Pussycat. I almost forgot. I packed your lunch.
Oh, Ma, you didn't have to do that.
I wanted to. Besides, it's the exact same lunch I packed for you on your first day of school.
Oh.
Salami and a thermos of wine. Remember to...
You told us, Blanche, because he's blind.
Yes, because he's blind, but you don't know what it meant to me dating a blind man. John took away the one thing I'd always felt secure about, my looks. How do I always attract men? By being pretty, by acting sexy, showing a little leg. With John, those things don't work. I spent half the time
Yeah, neither do I, but I'll tell you, if ever I sleep with Mr. Wizard, I'll find out what I can. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's just, all right, last night should not have happened, but it did. And it obviously means more to Stan than it does to me. I mean, right now he's hurt and he's vulnerable.
Why didn't you tell him that this morning? As I can, and I'll bet by the time I'm through, she'll be as anxious to save that tree as we are. Hello, Miss Claxton? This is Rose Nyland. How are you? Well, I've never sat on one before, but wouldn't that be painful?
The one who had her nose done. Oops, sorry, Rose.
I don't believe you two kept that secret from me. Rose, why didn't you tell me?
Well, you're always so critical about those kinds of things.
I am not.
I'm sorry.
How much did it cost you?
$700.
Boy, you were gypped.
Thought my appearing out of nowhere would have been more than you could handle.
Well, shouldn't it be up to me to decide what I can and can't handle?
No, Rose. Not up to me either. It's up to the man who brought us together today.
The intern in the paper shoes?
No, Rose. The Lord Almighty.
It seemed easier for both of us to open up while we were playing cards. Your Aunt Jean was the same way. During a pinochle game, she told me that she swam nude in a pool with Charles Boyer.
Jane, you never told me that.
I would have gotten around to it, but we stopped playing cards.
Well, there are just dozens of ways to seduce a man. Hundreds, maybe even thousands.
I think that you should forget the ones that involve swinging naked from a door frame.
You need to get him in a romantic situation, Rose. Why don't you ask him to take you away for the weekend?
I think we should... This is hopeless. We're never going to feel well enough to coach that game today.
Oh, I guess we'll have to forfeit. But it's gonna break those kids' hearts.
Forfeit? You mean quit? You can't do that, Rose. No member of my family ever quits.
Sophia, I'm not a member of your family.
Pretend, Rose. I'm going...
Oh, it's lovely.
I see. Have you ever been to Europe?
No, but it's always been a dream of mine.
Interesting. How many fingers am I holding up?
2?
Fine. You can go back in the living room now.
It was the Queen of England, and then she died, and I became queen. And all the men were very happy for all the obvious reasons. And I looked cute on the money. Of course, all the women were unhappy, but screw them, I was queen.
People have looked right past me. You know, when I was growing up, the first day back at school every year, half the other kids always thought I was new in town. I had to bring in a yearbook to prove that they were wrong. But all the same, I always felt that deep inside me was a great man trying to get out. So I went into politics.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Rhonda.
It's Rose.
Sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right. There's a little poem my mom made up that might help you remember. It goes,
Hey, your name is Rose. I think I can handle that.
Oh,
what happened, Ida?
I didn't know. Nobody told me that it cost money to get old. I just figured that was one thing you'd get for free. It isn't. The home costs money. The doctors cost money. Medicine costs...
Down if they fly by again. I'll go inside and pack a bag.
I want to be the one to go.
Whose bag do you think I'm going to pack?
You think we'll stay like this always?
I think eventually we'll have to go to the bathroom.
And you'll love me always?
Always.
Because I won't always look like this, you know.
Honey, you don't look like you did 10 years ago, but that hasn't...
Hurricane supplies coming through.
What makes you so certain about the storm, Sophia?
Because I'm old. I know. I've seen everything twice. Except Bonfire of the Vanities. Woof.
Ma, listen to talk.
I can't, Dorothy. I've got 6 people waiting in the van, and they're kind of a rowdy bunch.
Rose, don't you think you're overdoing this?
Overdoing what?
Oh, come on, Rose. It's okay to want to get more out of life, but you're pushing yourself too hard.
I can handle it.
No, you can't. And neither can we. You're driving us crazy.
Hey, I'm just trying to live my life.
Oh, a girl never had a better friend than Trudy McMahon. What, Ma?
Oh, nothing. My underwear just hiked up on me. Right while you were lying.
Why? Why do you say I'm lying?
A girl never had a better friend than Trudy McMahon. Somebody here does a... You celebrate your way, I'll celebrate mine.
And then she feels better.
It scares me a lot.
Well, anyway, good luck to you both. Come along, Clarice.
Help me.
Did you see that? I tell you, some people should not be allowed near children.
I told you, Dorothy, I can't remember a thing.
Ma, just because your memory is fuzzy doesn't mean that you're guilty.
Doesn't mean I'm innocent either.
Ma!
Let's face it, Dorothy, I've done some pretty peculiar things in my day. Of course, I've got an excuse. I'm an old lady. I left my mind in the 60s. Dorothy, have you seen my teeth?
Didn't Bette Midler win a special Grammy for that?
wonderful how we always have such a good time together. It's been that way right from the start.
Please, Rose, don't you remember the day after we moved in when we went shopping together? You were humiliating me.
Yeah, right, the slut. And after all she did to me, did I turn her out?
You tried, Ma.
But did she go? No. And look at us today. No one could love a daughter more.
Thanks, Ma.
So what if I don't respect her?
Look, you've got a lot of nerve coming in here telling me how to...
I think I got chapter 7 and 9 mixed up. This watch is broken.
Ma, Stan gave me that watch when we got married.
Well, the marriage never worked. Why should the watch?
Can I see you in the kitchen?
I don't know. Why don't you go in and find out?
Get in there. Go. Excuse us. I ought to have you horsewhip.
I haven't even opened the damn box. I'm sorry.
Studied all day and all night. And whenever I felt like giving up, I would just think about what kind of man you really are, and I'd study even harder. In fact, you made me so mad, I decided to get an A on this test come hell or high water. And I think I did. I, sir, am a lady. Maybe not the smartest lady in the world, but I do know that my self-respect is more...
I'm afraid I just gave those 2 rooms away.
But we had a reservation.
Until 3 a.m., you're late. Therefore, the reservation is null and void. I'm sorry, that's company policy.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm from Sicily. You know what our company policy is? First, I break your knees.
Ma. Look, forget about the reservation. Just give it. Good for you, Rose.
I think I'll just go to my room, take a couple of aspirin, turn out the lights, and wait for the voices. Just 2? Well, that's tough. I'd feel guilty if I didn't invite my 2 best friends, Dorothy and Blanche. But would it be okay if Jesus stopped by for dessert?
Didn't I tell you she was something special?
Is that kick me hard sign a fashion statement?
Another one? No, this isn't what you think.
How about another game, Dorothy?
No, honey, I don't feel like it. Why don't you play with Michael?
Oh, he's not here.
Where is he?
While you and Sophia were at the market, the kids decided to go out.
What, Michael asked Bridget out?
Well, not exactly, no. I just happened to have some free tickets to the symphony, and they were sitting around here lucky.
Not so lucky. The man in your bed is dead.
What?
Dead.
Oh, Sophia. He's not dead. I was just in there.
So was I. I went to put back your laundry. And I see there's a man on the bed, so I introduced myself. But he doesn't answer.
Well, we're gone.
Hey, who am I? Get out of here.
Dorothy, do you have the airline tickets?
Yes, Rose.
And the passports?
Yes, Rose.
Did you remember to bring Pepto-Bismol?
Yes, Rose.
Dramamine?
Yes, Rose.
And chewing gum in case we have to pop our ears?
Yes, Rose.
Did you call a cab to take us to the airport?
No, Rose. I called 2.
Hello.
Well, girls, how'd it go?
Terrible. I can't believe you live 80, 90 years and wind up in a place like Sunny Pastures. I guess.
Not one soul has asked me about my test.
Oh, Blanche, we forgot. How did it go?
Well, I think I passed with flying colors, but best of all, I told off that nasty old professor.
Honey, congratulations. You're going to be a college graduate.
Oh, we're so proud of you.
Well, thank you, but I couldn't have done it without you girls.
Oh, now you can get that.
Oh, great. What are we supposed to do now?
Back in Minnesota, we'd settle this kind of a dispute with some good-natured log rolling.
No. Sorry, Rose. My log is in the shop.
What do we do now? Toss a coin?
Okay.
All right.
Do they have chores in Sicily?
Are you kidding? They invented chores in Sicily. Crossing the street without getting pregnant was a chore in Sicily.
Rose never mentioned Sicily.
Like a Swedish machine.
I understand, Sven. Go on. Go on.
I'm coming, Olga. Oh, Cousin Rose, thank you. Oh, thank you all. Huh? Oh, wait, what about my clothes?
They're ugly. Any other questions?
I didn't think you noticed. You hardly said a word all evening. Where are the other girls?
Oh, they all went out to a movie. Simon, that's why I wanted to come back here. I wanted us to be alone.
Ooh, baby.
Here. I don't really know how to say this. Sophia, when's that food gonna be ready to taste?
Oh, my chip beef is ready.
Oh, well, I was more in the mood for something hot.
Mine's hot.
Well, I was more in the mood for something spicy.
Oh, mine's spicy.
She was more in the mood for something that wouldn't test her gag.
Dorothy, you think Bert's gonna like this dress?
Oh, yeah. That plunging neckline will really show off his chest hair.
You know, the last time I wore this dress was at the 1972 presidential inauguration. I ended the evening dancing in the arms of the president. And the next morning I knew we were dancing in a local bar. When all of a sudden I heard a deep voice say, "May I cut in?" Well, when I turned, I saw the man I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life with.
George.
No, Thomas Penville. Uh-huh. Well, after Thomas and I left the bar...
Blanche, I could get sent a bullet to bite on.
Your choice, Blanche. Razor or cream remover?
Cheesecake. This reminds me of the first time I ever shaved my legs. It was at a slumber party when I was 11 years old. What's a slumber party without snacks?
Instead of cheesecake, let's have oatmeal cookies.
So, what did you do?
I walked into that gymnasium on Benjamin's arm. Heads turned, jaws dropped. While the room was buzzing all evening, I didn't care. I had followed my heart.
On television, ever. It's in stereo, for Pete's sake.
Oh, I'd like to see my niece.
Sure, come on in.
Blanche, I can't believe you're here. I mean, haven't you embarrassed me enough already?
Lucy, can we please talk in private?
Whatever you have to say to me, you can say right here.
I think some of the stuff you do is illegal. I'm looking into it.
Miserable.
Let's try to get along. Mrs. Claxton, I don't know if you remember me. Dorothy Zbornak.
Sure, I know you. You're the one with nothing going on in your bedroom.
Why, you miserable!
Angela, that was the best meal I've ever had in my life.
Well, how good could it have been? You left half of it.
I ate every bite. So upset about it, I can't sleep.
Well, then why don't you give him a call?
Oh, honey, I can't do that. He just tried to persuade me to see him again. That's out of the question.
I don't understand what's wrong with Jake. I think he's wonderful. And you're miserable without him.
Well, that may be, but in some ways, in some very important ways, we're just...
Look, Dorothy, can I ask you a personal question?
Yes?
You're divorced.
Yes.
How's your social life? Do you see men?
What in the world does seeing men have to do with anything?
Oh, Dorothy, we know for a fact that if people are not happy, and lonely people aren't, they get all kinds of symptoms.
Well, you don't love a little girl for 10 years and then just walk out of her life. I'll face it, you didn't care.
Did you or did you not wear your very first formal, white with pink trim, to the junior prom? And did you not come home wearing a football jersey?
Why, don't you look lovely?
Thank you. I have a date.
Oh, I see. Anybody I know?
His name is Robert. He lives in a castle.
A castle? Oh, that's very exciting. Would you like some help with your makeup?
Okay.
You know, I used to go out with a Robert. His father owned the movie house.
Do not have a date.
So what? I don't have a date either.
What's your point?
So, what do you want to do tonight?
I guess we could be constructive and clean our closets.
We could go to a movie. But I knew, and it made me feel better about myself.
Well, you were one of the lucky ones. It doesn't always work out that well. It sure didn't for Olga Fetchik.
Just a minute, Rose. Somebody give me a hand signal when she's finished.
Olga Fetchik.
I was about to share with you a significant memory from my youth. It was the evening my mother gave birth to Clayton. In the spirit of the happy occasion, Big Daddy and a few of his cronies tied one on and went carousing through the streets of Atlanta looking for some trouble. Just then, as luck would have it, who rounded the corner but...
If I like him, I give him the wrong directions. Have any visitors today?
Mom and Dad were by this morning. They brought comic books.
I never let my boy Phil read comic books. Of course, when he was 16, we shared an underwear drawer.
Did you bring me anything today?
So when's Trudy coming?
Week after next. Which reminds me, I have to rush.
To where to?
Tennis lessons. I figure if she's going to be here, we ought to have a nice, quiet game.
Oh, that's sweet.
And a lot of double hockey sticks.
Oh, what language. My ears are burning. Rose Nyland, you know what you are. You're an A1 first class all-around nerd. Oh, honey, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. Oh. Dorothy, honey, sit down. Pacing isn't gonna help.
I just can't stop thinking about Ma.
Look at that. Perfect. 98.6.
Yep, that's what it looks like to me.
I think you dated anyone before Charlie.
Actually, it was while I dated Charlie.
Rose Nyland, you were in a love triangle and never told us.
Well, I didn't think you'd be interested.
Oh, but you were certain that we would be interested in the story about little Yemeni, the boy who was raised by a wild moose.
Such a nice young man.
Oh, he really is. But I'm worried about him. He's always been a little flighty.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Grandma Hollingsworth always said I was a little flighty. Or was it a little floozy?
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Rose. You want some breakfast?
Oh, no. It's better with men.
Oh, come on, that's false security.
No, it's not. I was safer with Charles. I was never once robbed or murdered when I was with Charles.
Look, you could just as easily have been murdered living with Charles.
I'm surprised she wasn't... You shouldn't take him back. It's not just my opinion. We took a vote.
I could have lost my balance and chipped a tooth.
You think that's annoying? She came into my room last night when I was reenacting the gangplank scene from Peter Pan.
What the? Well, isn't that something? You think you know somebody, then you find out something like this. Hard to believe.
I'll say. To think Dorothy's lived with the Temptations. I've never even been to one of their concerts.
Because you're a slut.
Oh, slut!
Don't repeat everything I say.
Don't repeat everything you say. I'm not repeating everything you say.
You just did.
I did not. Nothing you say is worth repeating.
You, Blanche, are an amoral, backstabbing, self-centered Jezebel. And I am very glad that this happened, because now I know really what kind of person you are.
Out of his jug with the X's on it and wearing his Santa's beard and just screaming at the lawn jockey to do him a little dance. Rose, hold me.
Can I help you folks?
Well, excuse me, you don't really know me. My name is Blanche Devereaux. My family used to live here and invited me yesterday after the movies.
He invited me yesterday after dinner.
This was bound to happen. The two of you have been running that man ragged for weeks. It's no wonder he got confused. Hello?
Confused? How could he possibly confuse this young, nubile body with that raisin in
To go out with him.
Did we just write one last farewell letter before he moves to Saskatchewan? And that's the end of Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton?
It was the first name that came to mind.
Isaac Newton was the first name that came to mind.
Act for Dorothy.
Oh, yes.
Boy, Blanche, I didn't realize you were such a big spender.
Go ahead, Dorothy, you go.
Okay, I buy $4
extra.
Look at all these people staring at us. Oh, this is humiliating.
I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
All right, just what in hell are all of you staring at? Haven't you ever seen 3 vibrant, healthy, sexually active women before? Now, we are embarking on a little weekend.
Rose, I know this is a long shot, but did you take much acid during the 60s? Yes, I think I'm doing the right thing. Please leave.
Please, let's have a little quiet here. That was a great speech.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But help me out here. How about something from a law book?
Okay. The fracas occurred on a seaside dock.
That's 2 weeks. You ought to see a doctor.
Blanche is right. You should see a doctor.
It's just indigestion. And I'm a little tired from working hard.
Oh, come on, Rose. You're playing with your health here. You're crazy.
Oh, I'm crazy, am I? You think I'm crazy, do you? Well, I'll tell you something else. In St. Olaf, we don't believe in
In this country, you can get divorced. In Sicily, there was no divorce. If you wanted to end a marriage, you had to resort to the lupara.
Is that some kind of legal loophole?
It's some kind of sawed-off shotgun.
Blanche, did he leave a number?
No.
Dorothy, dropping him was the smartest thing you ever did.
What are you going to do if he calls again?
Don't talk to him.
Oh, why not? Accent, you could almost buy it.
And you must be Sophia.
Your face looks awfully familiar. Was your picture ever on a cigar box?
No, she's right. That was my father.
May we continue, Commandant?
My family once...
Silly water-retaining rose. She was discovered for the movies. I was discovered by a print ad photographer, and the shoot's today.
Oh, Blanche, haven't you had enough problems with photographers? Remember the last time? I mean, sure, the pictures turned out...
All right, Dreyfus is gone.
He ran away?
No, we had a falling out and agreed to a trial separation. Of course he ran away.
Oh, when?
I'm not sure. I have it pinpointed sometime between 10:15 today and late last Thursday.
Pleasure to be here.
Raoul doesn't speak much English.
Ma, where did you beat him?
He owns a flower shop next to the dog track. I won big yesterday, so I figured I'd treat myself and rent him a tuxedo. Yeah, having fun, Raoul?
It's a pleasure to be here.
He kills me.
Introducing himself, and I don't know, I was still so stunned, I just kind of half muttered a howdy do, and he said, I beg your pardon, I didn't hear you. Well, I don't know what came over me, but I just blurted out, didn't hear me? I think you could pick up Radio Free Europe with those.
In 2 hours.
Well, that's because we need promotion.
You know Blanche is right. It doesn't matter how good your product is, you have to know how to promote it. That sure was the case with Fritz Vanderhoeven, who owned the St. Olaf Motor Coach Company.
They built a car in St. Olaf?
They sure did.
About a woman who eats her way from behind the Iron Curtain.
I think we just better go to another hotel.
I'm afraid that would be an exercise in futility. There's not a vacant room in the city.
Girls, this is terrible. I mean, we're going to be on national television in 7 hours. We don't have any clothes, and now we don't have... Hello? Oh, just a minute. Blanche, it's for you. It's Charmaine again.
Okay.
Blanche, don't you think you should talk to her? She's still...
Whoever thought it would rain for 24 hours straight? Red sixes.
Oh, all right. But I once did make love to an unattractive boy named Ernest, and in the middle of it, I cried out Elvis's name. Technically, I think that counts.
Oh, what's the matter?
Esther Weinstock is dead. We grew up together. She was my best friend.
Pet, could we have a word with you for just a moment? There's something we'd like to discuss.
Gonna wait till later, Blanche. Right now, I got a few things on my mind.
Like that big sucker over in the other corner?
It's right at the top of the list.
We want to talk about your fight strategy.
Tell you another thing I remember about that night. How nervous I was.
Nervous? About what?
Our goodnight kiss. I was terrified. I figured, oh, she's not going to want me to kiss her goodnight. She'll...
Was working things out.
But there's still time.
I think my time has passed, bro. 22 years I've been Mr. Terrific. 22 years! I was doing weekend weather forecast when I turned an old blanket into a cape and created Mr. Terrific. Kolak the puppet.
I don't know. For me, it was better the first time. What do you think?
Right this way, please.
So why do you want me to be at your house tomorrow?
I want you to be there when I kill myself.
Can you believe, Ma? Trying to go to Sicily on my credit card? She would have made it, too, if her chef's knife hadn't shown up on the scanner. You want to know something crazy? I actually feel responsible for this. If I'd...
It's only been rerun 3 times.
Hello, what has gotten into you lately? Before you retired, you were the most active man I ever knew. I had to run to keep up with you. Now you're nothing but a couch potato. You should do more, Al. You've earned it. Isn't there one thing you've always dreamed of?
Why can't you people see that there's another point of view? Now get away from here. We've got work.
Get off, go!
Cosmetic surgery.
Cosmetic surgery? Why?
Because I look old, Rose. You have any idea what it's like working on a college campus?
Well, I've never worked on one, but I was the subject of a lab experiment once.
Amy, you never told me that.
I'm quite fond of you.
I'm fond of you, too.
With this heat wave we're having, he's got them stacked up like firewood in all 4 locations.
Hi, girls. Hi. Is she here yet?
Who, Rose?
My sister, I left you a note on your bathroom mirror.
Why did you leave a note on my bathroom mirror?
Because it was the only one that had enough steam.
Oh, you one.
Oh, no, I owe you one.
Girls, what's the difference? The important thing is we're all friends again.
Maybe you're all friends again, but not me. I don't forgive, I don't forget, and I'm prone to growing moles. I can't help it, I'm Italian.
Did all that stuff come out of your purse?
No, I was also cleaning out my ears. That's where the phenomenon and the rain bonnet came from.
Sophia, why are you in such a bad mood?
Forgive me, Rose, but I haven't had sex in 15 years and it's starting to get on my nerves.
And then Daddy'd tell us a story and tuck us into our feather
Who
bed.
was your father, Rose? Michael Landon?
Can I help it if I came from a happy family? Well, we had our share of problems. Believe me, we had some
Confided in each other. If I betrayed that trust, she'd never forgive me. I'd never forgive myself.
Well, then I think you should talk to her as soon as she gets back.
Well, I think you're right. I do need to try and straighten this out. I don't know what to say to her.
I used to know a girl like that in Sicily. She slept with every Tom, Dick, and Vito in our village.
Asks you if you see another man, just tweak his nose and say, my, sir, I do believe you're jealous.
What about the vapors, Blanche? Shouldn't she be overcome by the vapors?
Blanche, can I come out now?
Oh, yeah, hold it just a minute. I am serious. What do you think I should do?
Come on now, Blanche, you know the difference between right and wrong.
Please, and bet she only knows the difference between right and left.
Honey, why are you still wearing your costume?
I didn't have time to change. I couldn't wait to get out of...
Wife, Anna Maria Bonaducci.
I can't believe it.
What do you say about my hunches now, Dorothy? 5 more minutes, I would have had it.
Ma, how could you know? No. Out for an intimate dinner. Actually, it'll be the first time in weeks that we've been anywhere without Ma.
Is that why you sent her off to the drugstore?
You're dumping your own mother?
Faster than CBS dumped Jimmy the Greek.
Dorothy, I'm shocked at your behavior.
Me too.
Can I help you?
I think so. I have a 2 o'clock appointment for an AIDS blood test. My name is... Well, it's...
You know, we encourage anonymity, so if you'd like to give us a fictitious name for our phone...
Well, before we open the doors, I just want to thank you all for taking time away from your own Christmas to provide Christmas for some that are less fortunate. We promise to turn away no one, remembering how Mary and Joseph were turned away at the end.
Reverend Avery, it's always puzzled me. Why didn't Mary and Joseph call ahead for reservations?
Incidentally, is Walter renting that blue tuxedo again?
Walter never rented a blue tuxedo, and you know it. He owns that blue tuxedo.
Girls, did Jake call? He is half an hour late.
No, Blanche.
Is Jake going to be able to take you to the banquet, or will he have to work?
What's happening? They are resorting to cheap tricks because they know we're better than they are. Now, honey, all we have to do to win is just stay cool, calm, and collected.
Right. Oh, did you find a ball that's comfortable, Ma?
What did you call her?
Ma.
Why? You're not my mother.
I'm the mother of your children.
1,000 nights of begging. 3 times you said yes. For that you want a present? It's not enough they declared a national holiday?
That's Mama. She sees you looking like this, we'll never convince her to move in with us. Get moving. Move!
I'm so sorry,
No,
Dorothy.
I'm the one who's sorry. I have to go talk to Blanche. I've been an idiot through this whole thing.
Darn right you have. They fired that gray-haired baker who refused to wear a net.
Well, let's slice this baby up and see if we can solve our Sophia problem. Here, darling.
Oh, do you know how many problems we have solved over a cheesecake at this kitchen table?
No, Dorothy, exactly how many?
147.
What does one wear to a sperm bank?
Something attractive in rubber.
I have that. Dorothy, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. The cab driver says we better get going if we want to make our plane.
Big Daddy, you remember Dorothy.
Hello.
Honey, I have to go now.
Ma, why are you still here? You were supposed to have your checkup with Dr. Siegel this morning.
Oh, you didn't hear about Dr. Siegel.
Hear what?
I'm not going.
Ma, you are impossible. Now, this is the third appointment you've missed.
At my age, checkups can be dangerous to your health.
Let him try my cupcakes. How would that make you feel?
I'd like to think I'd understand.
Oh, good. Good. I was hoping that's what you would say. What?
I'm sorry. It's just the idea of Miles wanting to...
Well, henny penny, I do declare, honey, where are you rushing off to?
The sky is falling. I'm off to warn the king.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I don't need something to hit me in the head in order to get the message. Actually, in this case, it did hit me in the head.
Oh, dear, a piece of...
I'm really touched. I'm also soaking wet. All right, one group hug, and let's hit the road.
Oh, Sophia, honey.
You will never guess who I just got off the phone with.
Trudy McMahon, your best friend from high school. She's coming to Miami for your high school reunion.
Sophia, that's incredible. You must have ESP.
No, I have a phone extension in my bedroom.
Ma, how many...
Thank you.
Hi, Blanche. Have you decided who you're going to be at the masquerade ball?
Yes, I'm going as Eve from the Garden of Eden. All I'll need is a few strategically placed leaves.
What about a snake?
Yes.
Fine. Don't have the surgery. Let me suffer.
Ma, it's my foot.
Your foot, my heart. Do you have any idea how much a mother suffers when she sees her child in pain?
Ma, don't do this.
I'll tell you how much. Worse than the 23 hours of labor it took to bring you into this world.
But I can't tell you who it is. Ethics, you know, we have to be quite careful about that. But if this was win, lose, or draw, I'd draw a crown.
What?
That was a hint.
Do you have my test results?
Sure do.
And?
A king.
Was coming here in the first place.
Dorothy, I thought you went to bed.
Can't sleep. I just lie awake thinking about Michael and Lorraine.
Let's make a down payment on a new TV and then pay the rest off on time.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go tell everybody that the sale's over.
You wait right there. I'll be right back.
Rose,
Yes, Lily.
could you help me get to the sofa, please?
Oh, sure, honey. Here you go.
Listen, Rose, I'm having a little get-together over at my place tomorrow night. Someone I work with is retiring. I was hoping you'd come.
Oh, well, I'd love it.
Around 8, then? Oh, good. Well, good night, ladies.
Nice meeting you.
Come back and see us sometime.
Good night, Rose.
Where would you like to go on our honeymoon?
I thought I'd surprise you and take you to Paris, but then I started thinking, maybe you don't like Paris. Maybe you'd rather cruise to the islands or visit the Orient.
Richard.
Oh, I just love the way that ring looks on you.
So do I.
$7 tip?
Don't be silly. I said a $7 tip. Why don't these people learn English if they're going to live here? This is Miami. I'd have less trouble getting around Ecuador. Oh, I'll get it. Harry.
Oh,
Hi.
my pretty.
Oh, Harry.
Ready to spend some time with someone who does.
Like you.
I know you don't know me very well yet, but I'm just asking for a chance.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Thank you, Blanche.
You're welcome, Swen.
Ink.
Hi, everybody. Oh, Rose, don't move, honey. She's got the teddy bear and a water pistol. What?
Rose, it won't sound any less ridiculous if you hear it again.
You found my teddy. Where was he?
You didn't tell her?
Tell me what?
I think the price...
Hello? No, we don't have a car for sale. No, you must have the wrong number.
Is it a man or a woman?
No, it's a woman interested in a Mercedes.
Sorry, the car's been sold.
Blanche, what is this all about?
I have figured out the most wonderful way to meet men.
Maybe it sounds strange, but without Charlie, I thought that part of my life was over. I never gave it a second thought.
Until now? Then I think you should go on the cruise. Honey, if the situation is right, you'll know it.
But I'm not sure. Or two, my best friend, Claire Osterhaus's husband, was in the army and stationed in France. Well, 5 months after he left St. Olaf, she got pregnant. A lot of people thought she was fooling around, but she told me that sperm must...
Under the table, behind the couch, Bambi was onto me like that.
And then there's the water pressure.
I got more water pressure than this apartment.
And another thing.
What about your frickin' cousin?
That was very interesting, Rose, but now that I've heard you, I think I'll probably just plead insanity.
You look perfectly sane to me.
High praise, indeed.
Fly right out of here, aren't you?
Well, excuse me for living Anita Bryant.
Couldn't we please get married already so I can get in on the hugging?
Places!
Oh, Sophia, honey, I want to wish you all the happiness in the world.
Oh, thank you.
Killed her father. Would she then have tried to conceal the weapon in her purse? Ladies and gentlemen, I think not. That gun was obviously planted in her purse to pin the murder on her.
I've got it! A maitre d' is some kind of waiter.
Ma, well, all she saw was the woman she loved growing old and wrinkled in a wheelchair.
Just goes to show how different one generation can be from another.
Absolutely.
I'll see. Well, what y'all want to do now?
I feel like a virgin. Where do the noses go?
What do you say? You with me?
Of course.
Oh, great. Then how about a celebration? I'm having dinner with some new friends from the circus. Join me?
Might as well.
Julio?
Hello, Sophia.
Why didn't you use the front door?
Well, I didn't want to be seen.
Well, what's the point?
Adults can do whatever they want to.
Not necessarily. Adults aren't allowed to ride the little horsey in front of the A&P. What are you still doing,
Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I Thought I'd walk
Cold, frigid, hardly likes men at all.
And she's ugly, isn't she?
Ugly is a pretty strong word, Rose.
And wrinkled, isn't she?
She is not wrinkled.
And fat.
Stop that! He tries to stand up.
Gee, it's a shame that he has to go back to Sicily so soon. It would have been nice if the two of you had more time together.
I'm glad you said that because he wants me to go back with him.
What?
Not for good, just for the San Gennaro Festival. That's where we met.
chance to leave and you didn't take it. And now I have to kill you. I'm probably doing you a favor. I mean, what kind of life are you having? What, you hang around sewers, you eat garbage? That's not living, honey.
You always wanted to open. We could stop the sale of that property and finally build the home we always dreamed of. There are so many things that we can do together, Dorothy. So many things you can't do alone. Don't answer me right now. Just think about it, please.
And now, I'd like to do a happy cricket. Note the difference.
I went to a drive-in with Stanley. He said he was being shipped off to Korea and would probably die, and it would mean so much. That was my part of the war effort. It took 3 seconds. I wasn't sure that we had done anything, actually.
Who comes up with the best new song about the city of Miami?
$10,000?
That's right, I'm going to enter.
Oh, you?
Well, Dorothy, I happen to have written songs before. I wrote the fight song for our high school. Onward, St. Olaf, they still sing it. Onward, St. Olaf, onward we go. Onward and on. What, the grocery store did it?
That's not a secret. I just forgot to mention it.
I think she means more like the time she told me that she went skinny dipping with your cousin Lars before he gave out the pulpit back in St. Gustav.
Okay, Dorothy, let's see a smile. This one's for the camera. And action.
Look, Grandma, I found you a real good pizza just like you used to get in Sicily.
Wait a minute. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm sitting in the dark?
I already know. Your birthday's this weekend and you're depressed about being older.
No, I'm not. I'm depressed because you give me such lousy birthday presents.
Ma, you want better presents? Adopt Monty Hall.
I wish I could. Ooh, I'm so scared. What is she going to do? Take away my self-denial privileges?
Ma!
Pussycat, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just missed you and wanted to say hi and see how you're doing.
I'm doing fine. 10-day celibate.
Go.
To meet with Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan and Marlo Thomas. They're going to drink white wine spritzers and try to figure out how to fry your wandering male behind.
Dennis.
Kate, we have to talk.
She has nothing to say to you. Dennis, now get out.
Mom, you don't have to speak for me. Dennis, get out.
Kate.
That's Striper.
Whatever. You know, volunteer. Oh, Dorothy, I want to go to New York. How come Rose gets to go?
Blanche, whenever I don't feel well, Rose makes me feel okay.
On to Final Jeopardy. And today our Final Jeopardy category is this: U.S. history.
My major in college.
All right, players, make your wagers. Today's Final Jeopardy answer is American hero buried in Grant's.
You hired the angel of death from Shady Pines.
Ma, don't be ridiculous. She is not the angel of death. She is a private nurse with excellent references. And for the last time, Shady Pines is a very reputable rest home.
I'm telling you, Dorothy, they used to pre-sell our bodies to medical schools.
Was coming in out of the rain. I was the town celebrity until the phrase, "watch out for that tractor," caught on.
What in hell does this have to do with sisters?
Didn't I mention St. Olaf and St. Gustav were sister cities? For myself, for a change. Oh, you're looking at a new Rosen Island. The girl who's gonna eat life.
Hi, Cookie. How you feeling?
Oh, fine, Sophia. But I did die. I died and went to heaven.
That's nice. Take care of
Ma!
I already take care of you three, so I'll do a little more cleaning, a little more cooking, and make up one more bed in the morning.
Sophia, you don't make my bed.
I know. It's impossible to put a fitted sheet around a big, hairy guy named Ed.
Hello, everyone. Isn't it a lovely...
I almost forgot the reason I came out to talk to you. Oh, it's about the banquet.
Oh, now, don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Allen. I love to throw a party. You just leave everything to me.
Well, actually, Blanche, I've decided to leave everything to Dorothy.
I have to say what I feel. Miami has so much appeal.
A great place to get a seafood meal.
Miami. It's awful.
Stinky.
Go to hell, all of you.
I will not have that filthy beast in my house. It belongs in a barnyard.
This is not a farm.
Tell me to my face.
If you're so angry with him, tell him. You don't have to kill him.
I know, but I want to.
Dorothy, anger is a lot like a piece of shredded wheat caught under your dentures. If you leave it there, you get a blister, and you gotta eat Jell-O all week.
Oh, you can't sleep either. Hmm?
No. Want some tea?
Oh, please.
Watch what you're grabbing. I got a specimen in it.
He thought the baby was mine. I just didn't correct him. Well, it's not a lie. I'm just withholding the truth.
Blanche, how could you do that?
Because over the past couple of weeks, I've really gotten to like him. And if I go back now and tell him the truth, he'll think I'm a liar.
Oh, what a
Tad, I never really liked it much anyway. It's just that my grandmother gave this to me on her deathbed. She was very, very sick for a very, very long time. I loved her very, very much.
Blanche, why don't you just grind the broken piece he was talking about when he said they were bad for you?
Well, have you ever seen anything more devastatingly beautiful in all your life?
Gosh, let's see.
That was a rhetorical question, Rose. When are your dates picking you two up?
We don't have any dates, Blanche.
No dates? On Valentine's Day?
I've been marking the days off on my big ships of the Navy calendar.
I don't think I can stand it much longer. My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode. Dorothy, you have to help me. You have to do something. I mean, it sounded like the heat kicking on.
Thank God, get back to your own beds.
Hey, everybody.
Well, what are you doing?
Been subbing a gorgeous gym teacher. Well, I noticed him a few times, and today, as luck would have it, I found myself right behind him in the line in the cafeteria after I butted ahead of 25 students. Anyway, we started talking, and in 30 seconds...
Which is exactly the amount of each girl's life savings.
Exactly?
That's why this is a story instead of an immigration report. May I continue? One girl chooses to spend her money and take a chance on adventure. The other plays a
car with you again, ever.
I can't believe you're being such a wimp.
Ma, you went through the stop sign, you hit a mailbox, you almost ran over Mrs. Burlfine.
Please, the woman's already in a wheelchair. How much more damage could I do?
Look, Blanche, what Rebecca is doing is really not so terrible. I mean, look, among the four of us, each of us conceived our children in a different way. I was totally unconscious. When I came to, there was Stan, carving a notch in his dashboard.
Seeing if I could get more than halfway across the street before the don't walk sign comes on. Trying to stay awake on the John. Hoping it is the John. Competition is the thing that keeps me going. But if you want me...
Here, Rose, what do you think of Cheryl Teague's nose?
Oh, very nice. Kind of small. Grandpa Nyland always said, the air is free. You might as well have a big honker and suck up as much as you can. Of course, Grandpa Nyland looked like he'd caught a boomer.
There are variations.
You're a genius. All you people are brilliant. The Chinese invented pasta, you know. We take credit for it, but we just added oregano.
Well, but all I can say at this point is...
Hey, we're all artists. We're all misunderstood. He cut off his hair. Maybe I'll cut off mine.
He cut off his ear.
I have too many earrings.
We gotta go. I hate to leave. I've never seen a show like this before.
Have you ever looked at fire? I mean, really looked at it? It's beautiful. And it's also amazing.
Back of the head of an honest man. And after seeing him face up in the casket today, not a bad-looking guy either.
Thanks, Rose. It's not exactly what I'd like to say about my brother, Phil.
I'm sorry. I wish I could help.
Oh, honey, you've been more than a help. I don't think I would have gotten through these past few days without you. I mean...
Oh, God. A liver spot? It's benign, Oliver. My father had liver spots. He looked like a Dalmatian. So, what's this family talk about, guys?
It's private, Oliver.
Oh, I see. So would you please excuse us? Sure. Oliver, get out of my house.
His name, but I'll give you a clue. I know what the F stands for in William F. Buckley.
Does someone want to drive me to the hospital?
Your appointment's not for 3 hours.
Well, I'd like to get there early. But if you don't want to take me, I'll go without you. I might as well get used to being by myself.
Well, I want to tell you something. I love you more than anything.
Even more than the Dodgers on 5-cent beer night?
Okay, even more than that.
Wow. Daddy, I love you.
I love you too, kiddo. Come on, let's go to the zoo.
Because of your charm and your wit and your zest for life. I mean, you can have the operation or not. Men won't care one bit about your breasts.
Really, Rose?
Not with me around.
Oh, hi, girls. Did you all find Lillian?
You bet we did. And that's...
There was a music box. I gave it to your family, and I just can't bear the thought of a stranger buying it. I'm afraid I'm in no position to bid for it myself, and I was hoping you could give it to me as a gift.
Let me get this right. I don't hear from you for years and years. And then out of the blue, I get a phone call.
Rose, it's me.
Miles?
I've come back, Rose. I had to see you.
But you've changed.
Well, I'm Amish, Rose. That's my new identity in the witness protection program. See, I'm an Amish man. I live on an Amish farm. I carry wood, I dig holes, and then I milk things.
Horrible nets. You still think we were a failure?
You're right. I just wish we could save them all.
You want to do more? Fine, let's go back down to the dock.
Really?
Sure. I know a waterfront bar where a lot of foreign fishermen hang out.
Do you think they'd be...
Rose, why do you look so depressed?
I'm tired of going out and not enjoying myself. All the men I meet act so old. Last week, I went out with this man that talked for 2 hours about his prostate problems. I lived in Minnesota for 51 years.
Look, I know it's wrong, but I was confused. So I called Dr. Halpern. He's coming over right away. This is all my fault.
No, it's my fault. Maybe it's my fault. I mean, who goes to their room in the middle of the day without knocking?
Oh, pussycat, you've come too.
And let's just lie down on the bed and watch television.
Hi.
Did you do it?
Yeah. And? I'm going to become a nun. On the kiss of death. It's the second time a man has died in my bed. The second time? Dorothy knows.
Charlie.
I got to hug him. You know how I always wake up before I get to hug George? This time I didn't.
Oh, Blanche, that's wonderful.
It was wonderful, Rose. When he died, I thought, oh, the worst part is I'll never get to hold him again. Tonight I did. I could actually feel him.
And sometimes he'd wear his underwear on the outside of his pants. I guess he wasn't a very reliable source.
Oh, girls. Girls, do you really?
Did Charlie ever tell you the story about how they found the dinosaur bones right outside St. Olaf?
Rose.
You see, Carl Nickerson was teaching his German Shepherd to bury a herringbone. Carl was a vegetarian.
You haven't even mentioned about moving to Boston. Are you avoiding the subject?
I can't go with you, buddy.
But Rose.
Just hit that music, girl, and follow my lead. Look into my eyes.
No hugging, no kissing. Let's just do it and get it over with.
Sounds like the last few years of our marriage.
I wish it was that good.
Wasn't that bad.
No, you're right. The important thing is that it's over. Come on in.
Hello, Sophia.
So did you bring the young chippy with you?
Oh, come on.
I know. It's better with your brother. Well, it can't get any worse. Alfonso, you're on.
Well, it looks like I'm in the show after all.
I'm fine. I'm just fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. These things happen every day. The main thing is nobody was hurt. We could have been here.
Happened at all.
Well, then how did you get over your fear?
I never did, but thanks to Dorothy, I now have new hope.
You see, Dorothy, Blanche is willing to face her fear. I think it's time you faced yours.
Look, Rose, forget it. I am not going to have that surgery, and no one is going to make me change.
It's a dream for me. Martha wants to commit suicide, and she wants me to be there with her.
And what did you say?
I said I'd think about it. You can't say no to somebody who pops for a $75 dinner. Tell them, Blanche.
Besides that, there was still some of the old magic there. Look, I know we loused things up the last time. I loused things up. But now we have a chance to give it another try. Babe, I missed you. I want to go through with the ceremony, then we'll go down.
I
I heard every word you said. I wasn't asleep. I was just resting my eyes so you'd leave me alone. I used to do that with your father. It only worked about half of the time. Asleep, awake, it didn't matter to him.
Are we here?
Ladies, I'm sorry. When you told me you were serious, I took you literally. Just forget this stuff. Wear your sweats.
No, Yvonne, we want all that stuff.
Yeah, we do. We really do. Well, I don't. I'm going to stick with my sweatsuit and my PF flyers. Up to her standards.
She's always harping on us to do everything just right. I'm surprised she doesn't check our underwear before we leave the house.
Those of you who wear underwear. Did the two of you have a good time?
Oh, wonderful. I like being with Ma. I want to spend more time with her. And I'd like us to get closer, too.
Well, I wish there was more time. I mean, I see you just packed for the weekend.
Dorothy, you don't resent me, do you?
Don't be silly. Why would I?
We just forget our money and save our behinds.
Why? You've got a lot more behind than you do money.
No, I'm with you. I say let's cut our losses and get out of here. Rose, tell me, how long have you been standing here?
Dorothy, I heard you talking to that little mouse. It was beautiful.
I wasn't talking to a mouse.
Yes, you were. I saw you.
I was kidding.
Oh, Dorothy, it's nothing to be ashamed of. There are only a few of us privileged to have the gift of communicating.
Rose, that's a terrific story and surprisingly on subject, but I don't think that Blanche wants to hear about uncontented cows right now.
It's not that I mind becoming a young grandmother again. Nobody believes it anyway.
Please.
It's just that it seems so...
Sophia, you know, it's been a long time since we've had a talk.
Very good reason for that. I hate talking to you.
What a great sense of humor. What would you say if I told you I have come up with a great...
Max, put the paintbrush down a minute. Taste this pizza. I want an absolutely honest opinion.
I'm dying.
Yeah?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah?
Perfection, like velvet in my mouth. A masterpiece.
Stop, it's after midnight.
Sophia and I are going into business.
How did she talk you into this, Rose?
Oh, Sophia didn't talk me into it. As she said, if I had half a brain, I'd have thought of it myself. Besides, it'll be fun, Dorothy. Just like when I was a little girl and sold Belgian waffles alongside the road.
Janet, it's so good to hear your voice, honey.
Ma, what are you doing?
Cooking. If I wait for you to take me to brunch, I'll starve to death.
Ma, you're making me feel guilty.
I know, it's Mother's Day.
Yes.
Well, I'm almost ready to go.
Today? You're not going today?
Why didn't you tell us?
Because every time I bring it up, one of you tries to talk me out of it.
We were just being selfish. We didn't want to lose you.
There's my ride.
Oh, Sophia.
Yep, it's a Granada full of...
You're not getting the ring.
Father, you'll have to excuse my mother. She has a special feeling about the ring. Please, take it and go.
Wait. I want His Holiness to visit my friend. She's in the hospital. She's sick and she's scared.
And what is your friend's name, Mrs. Petrillo?
No miracles, huh? Agnes O'Rourke.
I'm sure
You've forgotten what happened that time we tried that?
Oh,
Remember the outfits that we ended up
Lord
with?
have mercy.
Oh, Lord.
Well, this seems like a nice club.
But it's for women only. What's wrong with a nice co-ed gym we just saw?
Come on now, Blanche. That was nothing but a pickup scene. People running around and...
This one.
You're a college professor?
Well, what did you think I meant when I said I taught Hemingway?
I thought you were old.
I want you to meet some people, Rose. Gail, Lillian. It's my friend Rose.
How do you do?
Hello. Miles,
Gloria, does your luggage have to sit in the middle of the room?
No. It could also roll over and play dead. Something bothering you?
Of course not. What makes you say that?
Do you want to talk about it?
No. Yes. You come here with your limo. What do you want me to do? Throw her out?
Yes. And while you're at it, ditch the commie.
I don't believe this. I just don't believe it.
Blanche, what's the matter?
Listen to this. Vixen stared at herself in the mirror.
Honest, Ma, this is the way to the new Dairy Queen.
Miss Bornak, right on time.
Ah, Mr. Porter, I'd like you to meet your new activities director, my mother, Sophia Petrillo.
Activities director?
Oh, surely you remember the conversation we had last. Do this for me, you promised.
That looks like it was colorized by Ted Turner.
Now, just a minute.
But Al Clayton, this doesn't concern you. You're really going to regret this when you have to come begging on hands and knees for forgiveness.
Oh, then I shall never regret it because I never intend to apologize.
We'll see. Oh, darn, someone's late. Dorothy will have to give her speech all over again.
Trudy? I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Is that...
I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Blanche Devereaux.
Yes, I know.
You do?
Of course.
Oh, I'm flattered.
You're the only student who failed my midterm exam.
Oh.
What was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, Professor Cooper, I suppose you are aware that I'm having the
To spend that much time with people who are old and sick and frail.
Oh, that reminds me, I got mahjong tomorrow.
Well, anyway, we wanted to pick up your spirits, Rose, so close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Oh, very funny, Blanche.
Oh, I don't believe this. Hey, Dick Tracy.
What's your problem now?
I thought I asked you to move this equipment someplace else where it would not be in the way.
I said I'd try. I tried.
Yeah, would you also try to remember to put down the toilet seat after you use it?
Sorry, that was me. I was
Good old Mel, the only person I can always count on. Dear Blanche, when I heard of your death, it made me realize you don't know what you have till you've lost it. So I'm back with my ex-wife, Love Mel.
Not that on television, ever. It's in stereo, for Pete's sake.
Oh, I'd like to see my niece.
Sure, come on in.
Blanche, I can't believe you're here. I mean, haven't you embarrassed me enough already?
Lucy, can we please talk in private?
Whatever you have to say to me, you can say right here.
Stop being so vain. You can't stay 42 forever.
Yes, you can. If you eat right, exercise regularly, and live with women who look a lot older than you.
Tell me, Rose, is kill the bitch a
I
tradition?
need to hear this.
No, what you don't need to hear is what goes on in the cockpit.
Hey, come on.
Goodbye, Oliver.
Bye, Jen. Poor kid.
I know, but we definitely did the right thing, didn't we?
Absolutely.
You really think so?
I don't know. George, would you take a look at this? This is a family discussion.
You're fighting over me.
What? Carl, is this the man you've been seeing?
But don't worry, he's just a little jealous.
That's some bad news, Rose. It's not you he's after. He's using you to get to me. This is the cheese man.
Now I'll have to figure out what to do with all of you.
Now, wait a minute. You can't just come into this house.
I'm gonna sleep. I don't know how long I've got, but I deserve better company in my final years.
Good night, Mom. Now, you know, Rose, I think Blanche has the right idea, marrying some...
Once more, they're admitting who to my country club?
Oh, there's a difference, Blanche. That bigot was there for you.
Hello?
like Blanche to go to bed at 8 o'clock.
At least not by herself.
No, Blanche is depressed, Rose.
Do you think she's depressed about Rebecca?
No, Rose. She's depressed because Marblehead Manor is only on once a week.
Why,
You who's exhausted. Maestro, how about something with a little octane?
Okay, little lady. All right, boys, take it away. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Climactic speech, and I want to live.
You're ready to fly right out of here, aren't you?
Well, excuse me for living, Anita Bryant.
Couldn't we please get married already so I can get in on the hugging?
Place.
I was as much to blame for all this as you all were.
How?
Oh, by talking so much. As you know, I've always talked a lot about my men, and, well, sometimes I've stretched the truth just a little. It's an old Southern tradition, storytelling. Just because you didn't have a good time is no...
Well, when she puts it that way, it's so hard to resist. Finished. I have graded the last paper.
D-. You're going to give the... Know who he is, Blanche. Santa, how could you?
Rose, this is Ed Clackner. He's working part-time over at the mall. He's on his break.
Santa is never off duty, mister. As long as you're in that uniform, the only thing that better be on your mind is giving people what they want for Christmas. What do you want to do instead?
I know. Let's rent an adult video, drink mimosas, and French kiss the pillows.
I don't think so, Blanche.
Fine, I'm out of ideas. You think of something.
How about if we rearrange the furniture in the living room?
The new guard dog. I'm here for the audition.
Forget it. You force your way into the show every year, and every year it's a total disaster. You can't sing, you can't dance, you can't tell jokes. I'm sorry, you can't be in the show.
You can't be in the show. You can't be in the show. Who are you, Ricky Ricardo?
You had gotten your first job.
Yeah, back then you could give blood every week. Remember the time your mother took care of the baby? It was our first time alone in a year.
You bought me wine and flowers, I remember.
Remember how much fun we had in that apartment that night?
I remember.
Eat. Well, then I'm fine, too. I'm fine. Oh, thank you, God. Oh, I wish you could have told me that on the phone. The last couple of hours waiting were the hardest.
I know. But even people who test negative often need more counseling.
Oh, I feel wonderful. I feel great.
Well, evidently, you had all the emotional support.
Oh, man, we've just been inseparable ever since.
Hey, Cochran, what are you sitting with the guest for? It's time to serve the main course.
You want me to come back after dessert?
No.
What's this? Oh!
Ma, stop that!
Hi, it's me, Stan.
Stanley, what do you want?
I want you to turn on your TV. It is almost 6:28.
What's happening in 628?
You're going to find out why Stan Zbornak is now a very rich man.
Blanche, what do you say?
I say go and have a good time.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Blanche, that was sweet of you.
Well, Dorothy's a good friend. Besides, who knows? Maybe this guy will turn out to be cute. Kiss your hand, help you down out of your carriage, leave calling cards and little silver salvers.
So how far back do you want to go, Blanche? I mean, do you still want to be able to vote?
I cannot believe I ran out of gas. I checked my tank yesterday. It was half full.
Maybe the gauge is broken.
It's all those foreign...
Teensy bit of trouble in your course, and to be frank, passing this course is very important to me, so I was wondering if maybe you could give me a little help.
I see. Well, Blanche, considering that you flunked the midterm, you'll need an A on the final exam to even pass my class, and the odds on that seem pretty slim.
But you see, I have to have these Holy smoke. Holy Toledo. Holy mackerel.
What, Ma?
Nothing. What is it, Sophia?
What, Rose? What?
Been something. I was quite a looker. Oh. Almost as pretty as you. Why, thank you. Of course, I had bigger breasts.
I'm Jacques de Corville, manager of the Wrestling Palms, and reigning out in Limbo King.
Oh, please, come in.
All right, I'm in, so talk to me, ladies. What's the problem here?
Well, to begin with, Mr. de Corville, in here it says that every room in the hotel has an ocean view. Now, where is ours?
Come here, get up. Here, over here.
Things. You know what I mean?
I gotta take a leak.
Find the bathroom?
If not, I'll find a wall.
Sal, you having any luck under there?
To be perfectly honest, no.
No. You butchigaloop, can't you do anything right?
Remember, ESP, energy, smile, personality. They like me. Dearly beloved, we are assembled here in the sight of God and these witnesses to join this man and this woman in matrimony, to marry them, husband and wife.
I won't have to look anyone in the eye ever again.
Except maybe Mr. Pincus.
If I meet our paper, we are over. There is nothing wrong with my relationship with Eddie, and if my mother can't buy it, I am very sorry. It is her problem.
Oh, just getting in? Listen, if you three are just going to use this place days, would you mind if I got one of those medical emergency beepers? I'd feel terrible if you came home one morning and found me on the doorstep instead of the Miami head. So you would take you out on holidays?
That wasn't my dream.
Oh, yeah, right. That was my life.
Ma, please, for the 100th time, Shady Pines was a beautiful retirement village.
Sure, sure. And Attica's known for its top-notch tennis facilities.
Believe me.
If it's nothing, let me see it.
You know something? I am really very hungry. What do you say we go out and get that pizza now?
It's 9:15. I don't want a pizza. I want to see that
I'm sorry, Blanche, you can't.
thing. Why?
Because.
Why?
Because.
Why?
Because it's none of your business.
None of mine.
Gonna look our best.
Don't worry, ladies. After Eduardo does a woman's hair, the years melt away. She is transformed into a breathtaking, sensuous, vivacious goddess of beauty. I tried to get all that on a sign, but they charge by the letter. Perhaps we should begin by...
He died.
Get out of here.
It's true. Charlie was the only lover I ever had, and my first time was on our wedding night.
Get out of here.
Oh, back off, Blanche. Not all of us are classified by the Navy as a friendly port.
Oh, do you see that I don't need anybody's help?
I'm thinking of going to Europe with him.
Rose, quite frankly, I don't get it. What is this hold that Buzz has over you?
Oh, I know exactly what she's going through, Dorothy. First love can be very powerful. I felt the same way about Haywood Boyle, the star pitcher on our high school baseball team. An amazing athlete.
Girl's mouth water.
Oh, my God. That's her. I sure hope time has been good to Trudy. Good, not great. Oh, Trudy.
Dorothy.
Oh. Now I want you to look me in the eye and tell me you're not lying.
I'm not lying.
Sophia, it's for you. He says his name is Tony the Hook.
Tell him I'll call him back. What are you looking at? He's my butcher.
And kiss our new TV goodbye. Isn't that right, Mr. Longfellow?
Yes, it is. Please! Listen, I have a great idea. It's a little strange, it's a little bizarre, it's slightly off the wall, but it just might work.
What is it, Dorothy?
Why don't we each take $20 from our pocket?
Rose, get to the part where they steal the brain out of the dead body and sew it into your head.
So anyway, she got a suspended sentence.
They let her go?
No, they hanged her. Ma, come on, it's not funny.
The hell it's not. Jean in love with Little Miss Muffet. Come on!
What is going on?
Nothing.
Okay, listen up. I've got man trouble, and I need advice from someone with experience.
I'll be happy to help.
I hear you're a tramp, Rose.
Mama was right. Word gets around fast.
You know, I've been dating this guy for a couple of days, and I really like him.
Oh, don't worry, girls. The audience had a real good time, and they got their money back on top of it.
That's not what we're talking about, you titmouse. We were talking about how humiliated we all were by Patrick.
Oh, you're right. I feel so calm and so...
I think I'll call it a night, Ernie.
Okay. Take care.
Thanks, Ernie.
Tommy Turner.
71. Don't miss any meals.
Oh, what the heck? I do too.
God, I love this man.
Hey, you two. You're not married until I say so. Big smile.
I have a question. Does Johnny Cash ever wear plaid?
It's not her fault. She's from Minnesota. We'll be in touch.
Oh, girls, we have interviewed dozens of people. We haven't met one likely candidate.
Well, maybe our standards are too high.
All of them with Napoleon complexes, something to prove.
And jobs, Blanche. They all had jobs.
In a diamond mine.
All I'm trying to say is we had fairy tales in St. Olaf that weren't violent, and they had positive role models. Like Gus in the recliner. I want to do it.
Ladies, I'm afraid I don't have the time now. I'm doing another project in town. I have to meet with the director to discuss the nuances of the character I'll be portraying.
Oh, I think I read about that. Aren't you playing a tangerine in a television commercial?
Yes.
Oh, how excited.
Yes. Now, you sleep well, and I'll see you in the morning. I love you.
Oh, thank God. I thought you'd never shut up.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, does Dorothy get the job or not?
Oh, sure, I don't care.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Allen. I hope I can live up to your expectations.
In years.
Honey, you know, anybody would feel out of her league in a room full of college professors. You should have a home field advantage. Why don't you invite them over here?
Dorothy's right. We can create the illusion that you're interested.
Insert bullets into your victim manually.
Okay, Ma, I'll try it again. But believe me, there is nothing in this world I hate more. I spoke too soon.
Honey, it's me, Stan. Wait, let me rephrase that. It's me.
Have that chance?
Sophia, I think I see what you're getting at.
I don't think you do. Blanche, will you marry me?
Thank you, Sophia. I need to go talk.
I'm going over there to kill her. I'll be back in time for Wheel of Fortune. Open up, you tramp. I know you're in there.
Who is it?
You can run, but you can't hide.
Ron, I can barely walk.
Rose, some of his paintings are worth thousands of dollars. Oh, here. This is a dekimmel on this brochure for the exhibit.
I don't get it.
This kind of art does nothing for me.
But you have to open your mind to new perceptions. This is non-representational art. I work at...
The same way every high school chooses the valedictorian. We drew straws.
And you picked the biggest one?
I don't like to brag. Anyway, the topic of my speech was there's a big world out there, but you have to change buses in Tyler's Land.
Oh, Stan, they're beautiful. They're just absolutely beautiful, but I mean, it's too much.
I know. I can't believe how expensive roses got since the last time I sent them to you.
Yeah, well, everything's gotten more expensive since Truman left office. Stan, listen, we really have to talk about last night.
We sure do.
We only fly over empty fields in Kentucky where fat guys in overalls named Cooley have just run out of gas.
I think we ought to call the authorities.
Rose, there is no such thing as a UFO.
They were probably looking for someone to bring up to the ship.
Fine. Now you stay out here, flag them down.
One of my favorite plays.
Frankly, I was a little disappointed.
Really?
Yeah, when you told me you were taking me to a revival of Tennessee Williams, I was expecting something more along the lines of a seance.
Rose, I have never met anyone like you.
Check the cornfield on Hee-Haw.
But one day he came home early and he found Gretchen and Buddy in, how will I say it, a most indelicate situation.
What did he do?
Well, he yelled at them to stop, but they wouldn't, so he turned the hose on them.
He turned the hose on?
It's your job. You decide. It don't work that way on my show.
Yeah. Elaborate.
My actors are more than happy to tell me which line they would like. But I remember Betty, after all her experience and with all her...
We're afraid because our mothers taught us to be afraid.
For survival, Ma. They had to. I mean, what's a mother supposed to say? Don't be afraid of strangers, eat their candy, get into their cars.
Well, he made me feel better.
Me too.
I was just thrilled to be out of there. He had 2 dead fish in his tank.
And you can smell their pipe tobacco and their maleness. And then their arm accidentally brushes against your bosoms, and the room is filled with the heat of a taboo lust.
Up. Yeah, that's the part I like.
Angela.
Oh.
Folks, to begin this part of the service, Phil's sister Dorothy will say a few words. Dorothy? Please.
He has been over 60, bald, covered in liver spots, and wears a truss.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I used to attract men who were young and active and virile, but now they...
Blanche, you were unfaithful to George?
Oh, of course not. I was only flirting. There's nothing wrong with that. It keeps you healthy, keeps you in shape, keeps your buttocks firm.
And I wasted all that time on jazzercise.
I have to confess. Everybody, I want you to meet my daughter, Bridget. Bridget, this is Blanche.
Hi.
And Dorothy. And Sophia. And a total stranger.
Honey, this is my son, Michael. He's going to be staying with us for a few days.
Oh, Ma, you don't have the space. I'll take a room somewhere.
Don't be silly. You...
What are you doing, Dorothy?
Oh, looking at the stars, pondering the universe.
I've been doing the same thing.
thinking how wonderful it would be if there really were aliens.
But there is no Mr. Ferguson in this room.
Isn't this room 203?
303.
Oh, boy, what a day. Since I'm here, do you need the last rites?
Oh, no, thank you.
Have you had your operation yet?
No, tomorrow morning.
Well, good luck. I'm sure everything...
I couldn't. I think they're going to finish it.
Your own, Miles. Order your own.
Good evening. Have the two of you decided yet?
Yes, the lady will be having the 1850.
The truck. Not just my house anymore. It's our house. I've decided to share the title with you. We'll sign the deed tomorrow. That way you'll have equity and nobody can make you leave.
By golly, you got me.
Say, Don, why don't you drop back by after the hot tub's in?
Ooh.
She looked at me and hoped I would marry rich, which I did. Very rich.
Why didn't she ever say any of this?
She did. Who did she turn to whenever she's in trouble? Who did she come to live with? Her favorite. You.
So.
She suffered so. It was a blessing in disguise.
I always wondered why blessings wore disguises. If I were a blessing, I'd run around naked.
Oh, that must be the baby.
There's a baby coming?
A couple from my church are going camping over the weekend, and we get to take care of the baby.
Good. Maybe now you'll get some food I can chew.
Hey, I gotta run. Bye-bye.
Hi, Rose. Hi, Blanche. Honey, is something wrong? Well, it's Miles. Lately, he's gotten, I don't know.
Hi-ho, everybody. It's me, Sonny.
Oh, God.
Is Dorothy around?
She's out on the lanai.
I suppose you're wondering why a man like Sonny Bono.
Yeah. On the lanai. I'm gonna do.
3 tickets to Old Blue Eyes. It's finally gonna happen.
But Dorothy!
Rose, please. I went down to the auditorium today, and out front I saw a kid scalping tickets to this woman. So I figured this is my last chance. I raced over, took her aside, explained to her how much I'd always wanted to see Sinatra, and guess...
Than she does about people.
Dorothy, you have a right to have your own friends, but sometimes it takes a good friend to point out your mistakes. And I think you're making one with Barbara.
How dare you make judgments like that? And how dare you tell me who my friend should be?
There's a riot at home. His show at the club stank. What's so entertaining about a Cuban beating a drum?
Rose, there's an I Love Lucy marathon on tonight. You want to stay up and watch it with me?
That sounds great. Who's in it?
Who's in it? Oh.
Ma, what are you doing?
I'm giving the leftover meatloaf a thrill. What do you think? It's hot as hell in here.
Close it before the food spoils.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Lieutenant Alvarez, Dade County Homicide, and here's what I got. At around 9:45 last night, this guy went to room 405 carrying champagne ordered by Nesbitt. He was admitted by Blanche Devereaux and discovered the corpse. Now, Miss Devereaux and this dead guy had the only 2 keys. Forensics say...
Hey, Hart, run into the kitchen and get help.
Who am I, Lassie? Next you'll order me into a burning barn. I'm coming. Stanley, my favorite ex-son-in-law. How was the trip to the attorney?
We've got to talk. What's wrong with Dorothy?
She's faking a heart attack.
With my $10, I got that can opener I always wanted.
Don't say no, just hear me out. Do you think I'm cute?
Oh, Ma.
Just answer.
Yes, Ma, I think you're cute.
Would you say cute verging on adorable?
Sophia, what's this all about?
Just...
Dorothy, you're not moving. It reminds me of our wedding night.
Stanley, I don't want to dance with you.
Dorothy, please, this is really important. Today, Ted called the airline and booked 2 seats for Acapulco. What does that mean to you?
That he doesn't have a
I am crazy about Kate, and I promise you she will never want for anything.
Oh.
I told you he was special. Do you think Dad will like him?
Of course, as long as he stays young and firm. Oh, Dennis, it's going...
His pension.
He's dead. How much does he need?
You know what gets me mad about this whole thing? All those years Charlie put into that job just for the pension. He used to say, Rose, I hate selling horseshoes, but if I do it long enough, you'll be set for...
I feel like a virgin. Where do the noses go?
I'm sorry.
What do you say? You with me?
Of course.
Oh, great. Then how about a celebration? I'm having dinner with some new friends from the circus. Join me?
Might as well.
Tender and compassionate, kindly and sympathetic and caring and understanding.
Stop babbling your yuts. I'll do it. I'll do it. Picture it, Sicily, 1852.
Ma, I am in no mood, and besides, you weren't alive in 1852. Your family was awfully tough on pets, weren't they, Rose?
Dorothy, this could be more serious than you think. Now, why don't you have a doctor look at that foot?
I already have.
When?
1965.
You don't want to miss the recital.
It is fine.
Oh, really? Let's see you do a Cincinnati.
So is Paul Newman, and he still races cars.
Rose, I don't want to be compared with Charlie, and I sure as hell don't want to be compared with Paul Newman. Although I gotta tell you, I do make a better salad dressing. In fact, I don't want to be compared with anybody. I'm the best me there is, and that should be enough.
Ma, not now. Blanche's doctor wants her to go back to the hospital for more tests.
It makes sense, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, well, of course it does. I mean, what kind of doctor would he be if he didn't want to check out everything?
Yeah, well, if it makes him happy. If everything's as bad...
He was here illegally. You can't blame yourself. You just have to have a little trust in the justice system.
Yeah, that's easy for you to say, Rose. You're not the one who's responsible for what happened to the kids.
Well, I know just how Dorothy feels. Now, when I was a young girl, I witnessed a horse theft on my granddaddy's plantation. Well, I screamed for help. My granddaddy...
Kitchen is?
Well, I figured the way I've been crashing into everything, you'd rather get it.
Maybe you should get your drink of water yourself.
I thought you said you'd look after me, Rose.
Lily, if you can't even get yourself a drink of water, you're helpless. And that scares me.
How do you think I feel?
It's nice to know I have a friend like you who cares.
Dorothy, I have a confession to make. Rose didn't lose Fernando. I gave him to Daisy when she was helping out with the rummage sale.
Well, then there's no problem, honey. Just call Daisy and get Fernando back.
Just walked in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have a winner. Couple number 29.
It's me. I won.
Just a minute, it's not over yet. It looks like we have another.
Hello.
You fooling around with Gladys?
Of course not. Gladys was going out with Charlemagne. Sophia, I see from upstairs you kind of lost your spunk. What's the matter?
I'm slipping, Sal. And it's frightening. I'm even forgetting you. Forgetting the good old days.
And what, I'm supposed to...
Pearl body locked together in a frenzy of love.
Who wrote that?
Merrill Kellogg.
Merrill Kellogg? Who's he?
Ask Blanche. It's her letter.
This is from that guy in prison that Blanche has been writing to.
How are you going to explain this open letter?
1 April, Niels decided to breed Brunhilde. That's the pig, not the daughter. And he chose April because that's when pigs are at their most beautiful and desirable. Unfortunately, so was Fricka. So while Brunhilde and the pig were doing their thing, Fricka and the local... I don't get it, Blanche. This isn't like you. Come on. Gary calls at the last minute, cancels your date. You're not the least bit upset or suspicious.
Well, Dorothy, give me some credit. What kind of person would doubt a man whose mother needs emergency gallbladder surgery?
Show, make room for Daddy.
Thanks, Ma.
Where are you going?
Get some air.
We got air in the house.
I like beer with my air. You wait up for me?
Many times.
You did?
You didn't?
No. Oh, it was nice. I mean, being near Charlie was nice. But it was 5 years before I knew what made your eyes go back in your head.
I've always given you my love and respect. If you can't give a little of that back, you're no longer a part of our family.
Dorothy, I'm telling you, we're doing great. The song will be fine. All we... You think we're dogs, don't you?
Let's grab lunch.
Ma, it's dinner time.
Oh, I guess I did take a nap.
Ma, I don't know why you're nervous. You are not going to prison.
I feel like I already am in prison with you keeping an eye on me 24 hours a day. Are you going to keep doing that for the rest of my life?
No, only until you give up this ridiculous idea about...
With me, she couldn't possibly have put that banana in your tailpipe.
It'll be an honor to serve.
Guess what? I spoke with Harry this morning, and he said we can keep one of the puppies.
No!
I can't believe...
No, Rose, they go.
No, the minks stay. They serve man, now we serve them.
Oh, come on.
Well, are you saying that just because they're too old to breed, they're useless? That they're no good for anything anymore?
The minks stay.
Right.
Come on, let's cook them a little something to eat.
Oh, my God.
Ma, don't be ridiculous. Just turn up the heat.
It's already on 9. On 10, you can cook a lean cuisine.
Good night, Ma. You know, Ma, this reminds me of the time the heat went out in our old apartment.
Then came the moment of truth. There was a man. He asked me to sleep with him. I said no. But I knew something greater than my willpower was necessary for me to resist him, so I called my sister.
Did she help talk you through it?
Oh, better than that. She drove straight over.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
Delicious? This is the reason your father and I got married.
Girls, do you realize it has been 8 days since I've had a date?
Do you realize it's been 8 days since I had...
Ma, please. Whatever it is, keep it to yourself.
That's my problem.
Thank you, Dorothy. Honestly, Rose, sometimes it's like pulling teeth to get a little compliment out of you. There's the bell. That must be Ham at the door. Come on, come on.
It's in the top cabin.
I'm talking about the Cheswick dude. I finally sat the old man down and explained that at 90 there would never be anything between us.
What did he say?
He said not never, but with a little luck every 6 or 7 weeks.
Oh, I'm glad everybody's still up. I just had to...
Going through those photograph albums yesterday with Dorothy, I realized that I haven't always been easy to love. Oh, I was a horrible child. Rebellious and difficult. But you always made me feel loved and beautiful. At least something good came out of that horrible night.
Hello. Any place in your heart to forgive me? Any place in your heart when you love me? Have you loved me ever?
There was that one morning at St. Francis Hospital. You and me peeking through the maternity window the first time they wheeled Dorothy and little Michael out. There was a whole happy future in your smile.
I was going to let Kirsten leave tomorrow and never tell her the truth. I was willing to risk having her hate me to protect Charlie.
Living in a slum. Now I'll never get a woman to come over to my place. Not with these bugs. Okay, and this body. But mainly the bugs.
Angelo, take me to your apartment. Hi, girls.
Oh, Rose, I missed you at breakfast. Did you and Miles have fun last night?
Oh, yes. We had dinner at the Mandarin Ratskeller, that new Chinese-German restaurant.
How was it?
Oh, the food was good. But an hour later, Miles and I were both hungry. For power. If no one minds. I wrote some things down, but I'd just rather talk. The funeral was for my Aunt Gretchen. I didn't know her very well. The only thing I remembered about her is she used to scare me. Jumping out of my closet at night, putting false facts. You know, this reminds me of the story of Gunilla Ulfsdotter, St. Olaf's very own angel of death.
Tell it, Rose, tell it.
Really? All the way through?
All the way through, but please try to make the end come as close to the beginning as possible. Unborn every minute.
Thanks for seeing us home, Miles.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Rose.
Well, hello there.
Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Dorothy, Blanche, I'd like you to meet Miles Weber.
How do you do, Miles? Nice to meet you.
Dorothy, thank you.
A real delight. That's 2 weeks you ought to see a doctor.
Blanche is right. You should see a doctor.
It's just indigestion. And I'm a little tired from working hard.
Oh, come on, Rose. You're playing with your health here. You're crazy.
Oh, I'm crazy, am I? You think I'm crazy, do you? Well, I'll tell you something else. In St. Olaf, we don't believe in cycles.
Ma, not now. Blanche's doctor wants her to go back to the hospital for more tests.
It makes sense, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, well, of course it does. I mean, what kind of doctor would he be if he didn't want to check out everything?
Yeah, well, if it makes him happy. If everything's as bad...
Brush, it's not like you have a date tonight.
Ma.
It's not like you have a date any night or any day.
Look, Ma, when I find somebody worth going out with, I'll go out with him. Now, will you please stop nagging me?
Nagging? Is that what it's called when a mother wants a little happiness for her daughter?
Ma, I'd like to finish these glasses before Gloria gets here.
Your sister's not private. I diapered you.
Yeah, but you didn't diaper Lucas.
I'd like to. Listen to me. I'm as giddy as a 60-year-old.
I am glad you're okay with Ma's coming to live with us in Atlanta. I really think she'd be a little lost without me.
It's my pleasure, Dorothy.
You have to do this.
No, I can stop by myself. I can quit cold turkey.
Cold turkey? After 30 years, doing it alone without professional help could be dangerous.
But I won't be alone. I'll be with you. Oh, if you'll just see me through the night, I know I can lick this. Come on, what do you say, girls? Are you in the...
Not just my house anymore. It's our house. I've decided to share the title with you. We'll sign the deed tomorrow. That way you'll have equity and nobody can make you leave.
By golly, you got me.
Say, Don, why don't you drop back by after the hot tub's in?
Ooh.
Ma, why did you do that?
Playboy is running a spread on the substitute teachers of Miami.
Oh, I'll get it.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Blanche Devereaux.
Ma'am? Crowded. If I'm lucky, I get to substitute in English class. But usually it's... No, I can't even say it.
Driver's ed.
God, how I hate putting up those damn cones!
Oh, Dorothy, come on now. You'll do just fine. I will never go back.
No, it isn't. It's me.
You're pulling my leg. He picked you over me.
Listen, I hate...
Just knew you would agree that combining our money to buy one big thing was the best idea. I just hope you like it in light blue.
Like what in light blue?
We'll be right out, Sophia.
Blanche, that's a Mercedes.
I know it. Don't you just love it? It's ours.
Hurricane supplies coming through.
What makes you so certain about the storm, Sophia?
Because I'm old. I know. I've seen everything twice. Except Bonfire of the Vanities. Woof.
Ma, listen, mental reasons.
No, your brother Phil hit it there. He used to like to wear it when he visited the firehouse. Anyway, we got to the school and I walked you to your classroom. And as I turned to go, you started to cry, Mommy, Mommy.
You are not going to believe what happened. Those Nielsen twins are back together. What? Lars Lindquist, the man they were fighting over, he's dead. Found slumped over a desk at his Volvo dealership. When the girls found out about it, they decided to forgive each other. Now they're back together in the tournament.
We go in on everything equally, but this is $4 a can.
Look, we have to have. These are absolutely essential. Oh, if you ever have a date with a man who's a little sluggish, a tin of these and a bottle of cold duck, you'd be prying him off the wall. Oh, that sounds so hard. Thank God I was pretty.
Dorothy, I'm sorry I won't be able to quiz you. Jake and I are due at the Hubbards, but I have a book here that should help you prepare for your Jeopardy tryout.
The St. Olaf High School yearbook? No. Thanks anyway.
Who could that be at this hour? I'll see.
Hi, Mama.
Oh, Rebecca, am I glad to see you, honey? I'm so sorry
Mama,
about what I said.
Don't apologize. You were right.
What?
All the way there.
That's her drive.
I'm not Sheila Patterson's daughter.
You can't treat me like this. I'm going to my room.
Oh, Ma. I have the strangest sense of deja vu from when I was 14, except I'm Ma and she's me.
What are you going to do about her?
Well, I've got to be...
One night with a comfortable stranger, and that's where it ends. Believe me, we both know that.
No, you heard me right. 6 dozen long stem roses. And the card should read, "To Dorothy and a wonderful new beginning."
Pop, that is enough. Come out of the bedroom now.
Not while she's out there. She hit me.
Ma, with a piece of bread.
5 days old. It was like a jack handle.
He deserved it after the way he wished me a happy 50th birthday.
Ma, what are you talking about? You're 48.
That's what I thought.
Knew about that a long time ago. Nolan told me. And he said you were the one that was lousy. Take that back.
Won't.
Will.
No, come on, girls, now, let's examine our priorities. We have no food, water, or shelter. Besides, I also slept with Nolan on that fateful trip.
He wanted someone with more innocence.
With more cellulite is more like it.
Take that back.
I will not.
Yes, you will.
I will not.
You will too.
No.
Girl, what is going on here?
Nothing. Rose just stabbing me in the back.
I did not.
She's been posing for Laszlo, too.
He asked me to.
I sure don't know why. He'd go to see you.
You see, when you fire...
Oh, now we don't have to go into that. Here, a little gift from us to you.
Well, isn't that nice? A tiara?
Well, you said to get something I'd buy for myself.
The real reason I wanted to marry him was because his oldest daughter was a rival of mine at cheerleading. And I figured if I married Deck, I'd be her mama. I could kick her off the squad. Anyway, I remember the next day I was in the rec hall when Deck came in. Look.
Day-old Danish.
12-hour days in a steamy hash joint serving chili to a bunch of grubby truckers?
Oh, come on, Blanche. I mean, she's working at the Fountain Rock. It's not Mel's Diner. I mean, the worst that can happen is she'll get scratched by a pinky ring. Ma, can I see you in the kitchen?
I've got no secrets from these people.
Shady Pines, Ma.
Right behind you.
I think you should take my chest. Ma, I want to know. Now, where did you get the money?
The government is being kinder and gentler by sending me a lot more Social Security checks than they used to.
I want you to know you're the only woman in my life.
That's a sack of cold chestnuts, mister. Blanche. Don't you blanch me, you lowlife. You think you can just roll into this town and have your way with every woman you want?
There was someone else besides me.
Oh, yes, that was me and that was Rose.
And me.
You slept with the sheriff?
Lord, not where you parked it again.
I'm telling you, it's been stolen. I'm going to call the cops.
Hold it, Rose. Don't call the police.
How come?
Because they told you never to call again. Call the neighborhood patrol. If it actually was stolen, one of their cars will probably spot it.
The phone book is missing.
The car's missing? The phone?
Excuse me, Crystal Carrington.
Blanche is going to be surprised. It's lucky I accidentally found out today's her birthday. Blanche, what's wrong?
Nothing. I just want to go soak in a hot bath and forget all about today.
Oh, okay.
No.
Said he might be here.
Yes, is something wrong?
I'm with the Immigration and Naturalization Service. We have reason to believe that Mario is in this country illegally. Mario, afraid you'll have to come with me.
What is that?
I didn't know the answer, so I drew a little man. Is it this guy?
No, I'm afraid it's not. Let's go to Rose. Her response to American hero buried in Grant's tomb was, who is Cary Grant?
Listen, you are not the woman you used to be. I'd feel terrible if something happened to you.
At my age, I can't worry about that. This is special. I've made up my mind. I'm going.
Oh, then I'm wasting my breath. You're a grown woman. I can't tell you what to do.
I know. Now lend me $1,200 for the airfare. Now, a headstone is a milestone.
I think my milestone birthday was when I turned 50.
Oh, Ma, I remember your 50th. We were supposed to go to a party at Guido's, but you were fighting with Pop.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I'll never forget it. It was Brooklyn, April 1956.
Dorothy.
Yes, Mom.
I tell
Program. Well, each week you get a motherless girl and be her pal. You know, help her with her homework and take her to movies and have dinner together.
Now, that's very interesting. Maybe I could get involved with that.
You, Blanche.
Sure. Why, nothing would be more satisfying than to be of loving service to a lonely, motherless child.
It'll never happen again.
I really can't believe this, Ma. You, of all people, should know the value of this ring.
Dorothy, please, I was just trying to buy time. I can't give up the ring until I know the Pope is going to bless Agnes.
It doesn't matter what your reasons are. Ma, this ring is important. It was wrong to take it, and I'm going to see that it gets back first thing to... No, please, go on. That's enough. Michael, I want to talk to you about last night.
Sure, Mom.
You ungrateful brat. How could you do this to me? I'm sorry. That's not what I planned on saying.
It's okay.
I should do what to myself? Hello?
Dorothy, is your mother all right?
Oh, fine. She does something wrong. Suddenly she's my mother. Came out of the air duct of the Starship Enterprise.
What?
Ladies, it's time. Time for the unveiling of another Eduardo masterpiece. Sit back, feast your eyes, and meet...
As to the jockey's lounge, but you don't want to date a jockey. The sex is over too fast, and afterwards, the only nice thing they have to say to you is, good girl, good girl. Sophia,
idea. I've decided to... I love Chinese checkers much better than plain checkers. And chopsticks, what a great idea. Who knows what fork to use at a dinner party? Chopsticks, you don't feel like an idiot.
Ma, enough! Dr. Chang, please.
Well, I think that you are sick. I think you have something...
David, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. She said nobody ever hit me before. I think I should go home.
Oh, honey, you can't go home.
And you wind up with worthless paper. They prey on the old and the gullible.
Are you calling me gullible?
No?
What do you mean you're not calling the police? The man just told you we robbed a bank.
He also told me he had a very good reason. He did it for love.
Gee, the most any man...
Pines Retirement Home. Except here the lights and the exit sign work.
What's our plan, Dorothy?
What is this, Mission Impossible? Do I look like Peter Graves?
You could if you'd put a rinse in your hair and wear a lighter shade of lipstick like I beg...
Here, I'll tell you what our plan is. Now, there's $10,000.
Rose, what were you doing out so early this morning?
Well, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a spin last night to Alabama. Blanche, do you know at a truck stop in Tuscaloosa they have an egg dish named after you?
Really? How are they prepared?
Over easy.
Italian living in Hollandsworth Manor?
Wait a minute. How did you know that I was a Brooklyn Italian?
Oh, that's how Blanche refers to you in her letters.
Yes, she must be punished.
Dorothy, I believe this is the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship.
start looking for a job.
Be sure you dress youthfully.
How come?
You're old.
Let's face it, honey. Companies are not falling all over themselves to hire women your age.
Far back as I can remember, but somehow you were always there when we needed you. You got me through 4 years of college by helping me pay for it, but also by encouraging me whenever I felt like giving up. Do you want me to go on, Ma? Because we could be here all night.
Enough already. Ralph Edwards makes less of a fuss over people.
You bimbo.
How childish to resort to name-calling, you Jezebel.
Floozy.
Tramp.
I am a tramp. Blanche, have you heard the latest ad campaigns? Join the Navy, see the world. Blanche, let me ask you a question. Are you allowed to go back to Chattanooga?
Are you kidding? The sheriff still rides.
Jokester, huh, Dorothy?
And speaking of joke stand, that is some toupee you've got. Oh, Rose, I'd like you to meet my ex-husband, Stan Zbornak.
Hello.
And this is his hair.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. Defy the curse. Besides, I'm doing this for your own good.
For my own good? The last time you said that, you volunteered me for psychological experiments.
Hey, the pay was good. And to this day, nobody can make it through a maze faster than you can. I raised you to have respect for yourself, not be somebody's floozy. I wish you could, but my mind's made up. My baby needs me.
What about me, Ma?
You've always been able to take care of yourself. You don't need me.
All right, what about me?
You were always strong and independent even before I got here. You don't need me.
What about me?
You need the Wizard of Oz.
Your good behavior badges? Come on now, you all know you use both fingers for the sunshine salute. Oh.
So glad those little heathens finally left.